Okay, testing, 1, 2. Let's see what we got going here. I don't remember which one I have. Oh, it's been a while. Let's go in here. Oh, shut up. Crap. Okay. It's lost it. Stupid. That ain't gonna work either. Okay, well, whatever. I don't care. Titanfall Princess. Hello, hello. Nick Neal. Hello, hello. Master Millions. Yes, it's been a while. First like and first share. Thank you so much. Rockstar Hair. Yes. Just like I've been telling you guys for 13 years, all this time I have been bald by choice. True, hairline is a little bit higher up than it used to be, but I can still grow a full head of hair when I want to. And this is just because prior to this, I was having to shave my head twice a week to keep it maintained. And during the pandemic, they switched me to work from home, so I didn't have to be so damn presentable anymore. And so I just stopped shaving my head almost a year ago. This is almost a year's worth of hair growth. And as you can see, it's down past my shoulders now. It's just that unlike Alpha Omega Sin, who has this luxurious, long, straight, almost Rapunzel-like hair, mine curls and waves. So I have like these curls and little wavy parts, and I'm not going to sit around with a freaking curling iron. No, thank you. I'm a man. I just leave it the way it is. Unfortunately, if I'm getting all hot and sweaty from a lot of exercise, it tends to frizz out in all directions. Yeah. So, anyway, I look well rested. I am feeling pretty good. Got a little bit of an upset stomach today, but that's probably just because, I ate something that I shouldn't have. I am down about 65 pounds from where I was at this point a year ago. I know it doesn't look it, and if you see any footage of me walking around at Retropalooza, it really isn't going to look like it. And the reason being is because for some reason, all of my weight loss, none of it is coming out of my gut. And none of it's coming out of my face. It's coming out of my upper legs and my hips. I don't know why. That's just the way it goes. River City Girls 2. Haven't played it. I invited you to Redfall yesterday. Well, you had to let me know first. You needed to tweet me on Twitter and say, hey, want to play some Redfall? Because I rarely turn my Xbox on unless there's either something new coming out that I want to try out, or if somebody reaches out to me and asks me to play something with them. Otherwise, it pretty much stays off because there just hasn't been a whole lot to hit it since January that I gave a crap about. Up until I downloaded Redfall to play it with 8th for a couple of hours earlier this week. That was the first time I turned it on since mid-January. But anyway, we're going to give everybody a little bit more time to get in before we start the festivities. What in the world? You got long hair now? I've had long hair. My hair was long during the previous 7thCast. I was just wearing a hat. I was wearing a hat, sir. 7th, do you watch Mr. Rightway, and do you not check him out? He's a collector. I haven't heard of him. 7th, have you ever tried dandelion root? I took it last year when I did a lot of crunches, and it helped with water buildup in some areas. That's a new one on me. I saw a video the other day that said that you should take some cayenne pepper and mix in some, what was it, lemon juice and something else. I can't remember. It had like 3 or 4 ingredients, and you're supposed to drink that before your meal, and supposedly, weight will just fall off of you. I don't know how much I believe that kind of crap. YouTube's full of it. Did you watch the Phil Spencer interview? We're going to get to all that. Remember, the show's not officially supposed to start for another 12 minutes. I always come in a little early just to make sure that everything's working, so that I don't go live at 6 and nobody can hear my microphone and such. But we're going to go over some things. We're going to go over my trip to Retropalooza 2 weeks ago, and we're going to talk about how I feel about Redfall, because, oh God, I definitely feel a certain way about Redfall. And we'll go over some other things. I have me a new Boondock Saints t-shirt. I wore this at Retropalooza. Long sleeve this time. I actually prefer long sleeve shirts, but that Texas weather, man, long sleeve shirts aren't always the best thing to have out in that heat. Yeah, PlayStation is closing the studio behind Concrete Genie or whatever it was called. I mean, that's one of the differences between Microsoft and Sony. If a studio isn't producing, Sony's not afraid to put the boot to them. If a Microsoft studio isn't producing, then Phil Spencer gets on camera and says, I apologize, we'll try to do better, and nothing happens except for maybe a few people decide to leave the company. But the studio itself is still there. Now, I mean, they've gotten rid of a few, like, Lionhead isn't there anymore. But do you think that Microsoft is going to shut down Arcane because of how bad Redfall was? No. I will tell you this: it wouldn't surprise me if Sony shut down Media Molecule, though. Because they're ending support for Dreams. They haven't made anything in years that's an actual game. Certainly not anything that made money since Little Big Planet 2. So it would not surprise me at all if Sony shut them down. And to be honest, I wouldn't really mind it that much. I wouldn't really mind it at all. Nope. The Activision deal, they can always appeal it, and they're going to try to appeal it. Whether or not that appeal actually accomplishes anything is the real question. I have my doubts. I don't think it's going to do them any good. But, I mean, honestly, aside from the fanboys that are religiously defending Redfall, for the others who have common sense and look at how Redfall is, and look what happened with Halo Infinite and so many other things that's happened during the Series X lifespan so far, would any of them really want Microsoft to be in control of Call of Duty or Diablo? Can you imagine? Most of their companies that they have bought turned to shit the minute they bought them. Look how long it took between when Microsoft bought Rare and Sea of Thieves actually became a success. Everything in between that was garbage. The Coalition's okay, but that's a studio they built from leftovers of Epic. And all they work on is Gears of War. Turn 10 does all right, and Playground does all right. If Microsoft was smart, they would look at the business practices of Turn 10 and Playground and say, hey, how are you consistently putting out same quality of games every time and every couple of years? Let's look at your books, and then take all of their practices and procedures and then go to every other studio that they've bought and said, from now on, this is what you do. That's what they ought to do. But Spencer ain't going to want to do that. Spencer's going to want to let everyone just do whatever they want and what have you. And this has been the end result. I don't even know why Arcane would go in this direction. Spencer is claiming that Microsoft had nothing to do with it, that this was, their creative vision. But why? When they've created things like Dishonored and Prey, why would they want to make a half-assed looter shooter that's equally steals from Left 4 Dead and Borderlands, but looks like, a knockoff Pixar movie from Spain? I don't get it. I don't get it. Seventh, longtime fan, first time catching a stream. Must say the longer hair makes you look 10 years younger. Thank you. I've had some people tell me that they think I look younger bald. So, a lot of the reason why you think I look so younger is because, every couple of weeks, I get rid of the gray in my beard, and it's starting to come back in now. So you can see edges of the gray right here. But, if I had let all the gray come back in, you wouldn't think I look 10 years younger. You wouldn't think, oh, he doesn't look at all like he's getting ready to turn 49 in a few months. I must say, though, except for when I've been all hot and sweaty and exercising and stuff, and my hair I look like I've stuck my dick in an electric outlet and my hair just sticks straight out like this. Aside from that, I don't think I look like I'm going on 50. I don't feel like I really look that much different than I did, say, in 2013. I don't know why you're acting so shocked about this. I had long hair when I last streamed in February, but I was wearing a ball cap. No, this is just my cosplay as Wood Hawker from Beat 'em Ups. Oh, Wood. I like Wood, the person. But I gotta say, I got a bit of a beef to pick with him. Because ever since he hit 1 million subscribers, he don't talk to me no more. He don't talk to me no more. He hit 1 million subscribers, moved to Pennsylvania, and now my tweets and DMs go unanswered. He's a big deal now. He don't need to talk to old Seven, who gave him a complete in-box copy of Cannon Spike that's now worth over $300, and gave him God knows how many dollars worth of games when he was over at the house. He don't need to talk to my old fat ass no more. Nope. Seventh, you almost look like Lemmy. Yeah, I just need to grow a big old mole somewhere, like right around in here. Hi, Alexis. Hi, McChilly. How's it going? Well, we might as well get started. It's close enough to start time. Anyway, it is Saturday, May 6th, 2023. It is practically 6 p.m., and this is the 7thCast. As always, I am your venerable host, your friendly neighborhood 7th. 8th is currently at work, and when he gets off work, he will be going with friends to see Guardians of the Galaxy 3, because it's more fun to go see Guardians of the Galaxy with his friends than his old man anymore. Anyway. So, Turbo Express coming soon. Oh, that's who you are. Ah, McChilly. McChilly, also known as Chris, also known as Biohazard. He was the one that got me started in online culture way back in the day. We're talking the 90s, the early 90s. And he taught me how to use BBS software. So I started my own BBS. For you youngsters, that's short for Bulletin Board System or Bulletin Board Service. And it was the precursor to the World Wide Web, only instead of accessing all sorts of stuff and talking to people on the internet, you were directly dialing into their computer. via phone line. So unless you had like this super expensive setup, only one person could connect to your service at one time, and they'd have an hour to play around, play your little online door games, download some shareware games, send some messages. Perhaps if you have it if you have it set up properly, chat with other people on other boards, blah blah blah. And McChilly here was the one that got me started on all of that. And he can tell you, even back in the early 90s, I was the 7th level. That's the name that I've always used. And Chris here is, he contacted me and let me know that he had a Turbo Express, but that it was not functioning. Probably needed some replacement capacitors. So I went, and he was going to get it fixed, but he couldn't get in contact with the guy that would fix it for him. And so when I was at Retropalooza 2 weeks ago, I talked to my buddy Greg, who runs Game Bros out there in Houston, and Greg said that he had a guy who could replace the capacitors and replace the screen on the Turbo Express and put an LED in it. So I reached out to Chris and I said, hey, go ahead and mail me that broken Turbo Express. I got a guy that could fix it. So I'm just waiting on it hitting the mail. And so then I may have to wait until next April when I go back to Retropalooza Houston and give it to Greg then. But yeah, we're going to get it set up. $300 is nothing for a 1 million subscriber person. I know, but at the time I did that for him, he was not a 1 million subscriber person. No, I'm not a huge fan of Motorhead. Hopefully a new Twisted Metal game will come along with the show, if the show turns out good. Well, you never know. So, Retropalooza is run by my buddies, the Game Chasers. Specifically Jay of the Game Chasers, Shady J. He runs 2 a year, and he's also involved in the SoCal Gaming Expo out in California. And that's his primary form of making a living, is running these conventions. And he runs them well. They're a well-oiled machine. I always go, me and 8th, we go out there the Friday before the show is going to start, and we help set up. Normally, we stay on Sunday to help load everything back up in the truck, but this time around, I wasn't able to stay. I had to get us back home, so we left Sunday, or earlier Sunday. But I made a couple of deals on Friday when some of the vendors started coming in, and then I came in early Saturday morning because they always give us VIP badges so we can walk in there before anyone else gets there because we're considered staff. And I struck a few deals before the rest of the folks were even able to get started. And then Sunday is really the best time to wheel and deal because vendors don't want to have to pack any more up in their truck than they have to. And so they'll start fire sailing stuff just to get it gone so they don't have to pack it back up. So Sundays is usually the best time to go if you want to haggle, but it's kind of a potential catch-22 because the thing that you're hoping to get a better price on, somebody else who doesn't want to haggle might walk up and buy it out from under you on Saturday. So you kind of have to gauge, is anybody else really going to be interested in this? Can I risk waiting till Sunday to try to get a better deal, or do I need to snatch this up now while it's still there? And one of the things that I didn't wait for on Sunday was one of the guys that we met there, who was an associate of Greg's. I can't remember his name, sorry. He had a new in the box Switch OLED, and I got it for $300, which it's $50 less than what I paid for one new, and way less than if I had wanted to get the Zelda one, but 8th didn't care about that. So when I saw that, I bought that the minute I saw it. Did I get any Sega Saturn at Retropalooza? Yes, I got one Sega Saturn game, Titanfall. I got Fighters Mega Mix, the one that I posted on my Twitter a few days ago. People forget where they come from. Yes, they do. Not everybody, but some do. I remember subbing to Wood when he was at 2,000 subs. Yeah, he didn't have a whole lot of subs when I first found his channel either. And we used to talk semi-regularly over Twitter, and both of us were in the Game Chasers movie. He had a bigger part than me. I just had a little 2-minute cameo where I had a couple of lines. I mean, I'm not just standing in the background of a shot or something. I actually have a speaking part. And by the way, the Game Chasers movie is now available on Blu-ray. You'd have to reach out to Billy to get the link for it. I don't remember what the link is. You can't buy it on Amazon or anything like that. You have to get it through them, but it is available. And the gist of it is Billy and Jay are working for a moving company, packing and unpacking and moving stuff. And they get fired from that job, right? So they're sitting around in the living room trying to figure out what else they can do to make money now that they've lost their jobs. And Jay is sitting there, and a commercial comes on for the TV for this American Pickers style TV show. And the host of that show is Sarge. Overalls and all. Overalls, big gray beard, bushy gray beard, old redneck baseball cap. It is Sarge. And you see Sarge at a yard sale, and you see him sneaking around the side of the house and going through their garbage, looking for free stuff. And then you go past the table of wares at the yard sale, and 8th is sitting there with his feet propped up on the table and his hat pulled down real low. And you see a crystal ball with a floating zombie head in it. Now, any of you that have watched The Game Chasers, there is a long-running joke where one of their guys had worn a green shirt in front of their green screen, so the only thing that was there was his head. And the guy goes, "I'm a floating head, oh." So it's become a repeat joke over the past 10, 11 years. So I had this crystal ball with a floating head in it, and Sarge goes, "I offered them $2 for the floating head because it still floats and you just don't see that too often," or something to that effect. And that's the end of my scene. And Jay sees that, and it's like a light bulb goes off over his head, and he's like, "We could go to yard sales and buy stuff and then sell it on the internet." And so the next thing that you see is Billy and Jay at a yard sale, and Billy finds this old box of Nintendo games. And he's like, "Remember when we were kids and we played Nintendo at my grandpa's house?" He's like, yeah. I wonder what happened to that Nintendo. And Billy in the movie had recently lost his grandfather. And so the whole movie is about them trying to find that original NES that his grandfather had given him for Christmas. And so they end up going on this long road trip trying to find this NES. So what you've done, Billy, if you're watching, is you've now made it official Game Chaser canon that I am the direct inspiration for the Game Chasers. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And by the way, Billy, I've been here in Texas for 6 years. 6 years. I have been to your conventions. You've been to my house and filmed an episode at my house. I am in your movie. But I have never gone game chasing with you two. Not once. Even stupid Scott got to go game chasing with you guys. But the 7th level? Oh no! Oh no! And I know why it is, Billy. I know why it is. It's because you know I'll upstage you. You don't have the nuts to take me game chasing with you, Billy. You know it, I know it, and the American people know it. This is the knowest of nuts challenge, Billy. some point over the summer, I know y'all are going to go filming. I know y'all are going to go on a Saturday to some of those places that you've been going for years looking for deals. You let me know when that's going to happen, and I will make the drive up. And I will go chasing all day with y'all in my old fat half crippled body. And then I'll spend the night somewhere and come home. And I'll make you all look bad. Because I'll find all the deals, Billy. I'll find all the deals. This is the knowest of nuts challenge, Billy. I'll be waiting for your response, sir. Anyway. He'll probably never see that because I think he's in California. I'll make sure to clip that and send it to him. It's long past due, Billy. It's long past due, Jay. Come on, camera. Refocus. Hello, camera. Oh, you piece of shit. Come on. Why won't you focus no more? Well, I guess we're going to be out of focus for the rest of the show. Stupid Logitech crap with its autofocus garbage. Anyway, I went to Retropalooza. And I'm not going to sit here and show you everything that I got. Okay? I'm not going to do that. And the reason being is the same reason why Billy doesn't have the nuts to take me game chasing with him. Because every time I come to their con, they see me walk out with 2 backpacks full of deals. They see it every time. And even though I haven't been there in 4 years, I walk in there and I walk out 2 big backpacks full all the way to the top with stuff that I did not pay sticker price for. Oh no. Oh no. I'll show you a small sampling of what I picked up. Some of the ones that I'm happiest about anyway. First of all, this is Exile for the Sega Genesis. Now, this one's not super expensive. It's a side-scrolling action RPG. It was released here in the States by Renovation. It's also available on the TurboGrafx CD, but this version actually plays better than the TurboGrafx version. I did have this one as a teenager. This is one of the ones that was lost in the infamous yard sale debacle of 2004, and now I have it back in the box. As you can see, it was marked $80. I did not pay $80 for this. Nope. Here's one I got from my buddy OK Chief, who is also in the Game Chaser movie. The name of the movie, by the way, is Adventures in Game Chasing. I have it on, the Blu-ray is sitting in my game room right now. But this is one, I bought 6 Master System games from OK Chief. This is one of the ones I got from him. He had it priced at $30. I did not pay $30 for it. Now here's the big stuff. Monster in My Pocket for Nintendo. This one's not super expensive. It's not one of the, it's not Little Samson by any stretch of the imagination, but it is one of the more fun NES carts. And they had it marked at $75. I did not pay $75 for this. In fact, all the carts that you're about to see, I bought from the same guy, and I priced him down by bundling it all together. And so, I was like, well, you have this Mark 75, you have this Mark blah, blah, blah. What's the bro price if I buy all of them right now? And he gave me something, and I said, would you take this instead? Yeah, I'll take that. And I got it. I got it. That's the way you do it. The more stuff that you buy at one time from a vendor, the better price they'll give you on all of it. And even when they give you the lower price, try to undercut them from there and then find a place in the middle. It works. You can't really pull that stuff at every retro game store you go to, not unless you've built a good rapport with the owner like I had with Gamers Alley up in North Carolina. He would always haggle with me and cut a deal. But, I couldn't walk into Game Over here in Austin and, pick out a $500 game and say, would you take $350? Wouldn't happen. Not unless I'd spent, a year building a good relationship with him first. Anyway, next one up. Contra Force. Now, the thing about Contra Force, it's not really a Contra game. It had a different name over in Japan. It's not in any way related to the original two Contra titles. But I can't remember what the name of it was over in Japan, but Konami did not think it would sell over here. So they slapped the name Contra on it, hoping that more people would buy it. They didn't, and that's why it's so expensive, because there aren't that many copies of it out there. But anyway, Contra Force. This one doesn't even have a price sticker on it. They had it priced at I think it was over $100. I didn't spend that much. All right. Metal Storm. Now, you guys know I've been looking for this one for a long time. Metal Storm is one of the better side-scrolling action games on NES. You play as a mech, and you have the ability to invert gravity and switch upside down onto the ceiling, which really gives it a good kind of twist to the gameplay. They wanted $130 for this. I did not pay $130 for this game. And finally, this is the one that I was really excited about. I saw it and I knew I had to have it. Bucky O'Hare. Bucky O'Hare, also one of the best side-scrolling action games on the NES. This one is really hard to find. They wanted $200 for this. See? It's marked right there. $200. I did not pay $200 for this. I spent the last of my bonus money at Retropalooza, the last of my annual bonus. And I went, like I said, I went walking out of there with my backpack and 8th's backpack absolutely packed to the top with stuff. I got 20-something Atari games, 20-something NES games, 6 Master System games, 1 Sega Saturn game, 1 or 2 Genesis games, like a whole stack of Super Nintendo games. I hit it big. I hit the mother load. Now, I didn't go in there looking to just, buy some carts and discs for stuff that I already had. My intention was to go in there and find a boxed complete Atari 5200 or an Atari Lynx or a working Turbo Express, because at that point I hadn't heard from Chris in a while. So I didn't know if he was still going to be sending me that Turbo Express or not. So, oddly enough, and for the first time, you didn't see a whole lot of consoles. They had plenty of games. They had games out the ass. There were not as many toy vendors. Usually me and 8th always walk out with at least one new statue or one new boxed action figure or something. We didn't get any of that this time because there weren't that many dealers selling that kind of stuff. Plenty of gaming dealers, but there were fewer toy dealers this time around. But hardly anyone had consoles. I mean, they had consoles that are easy to find, NES and SNES and Genesis, that kind of thing. A couple of Ataris. The only rare console I saw there was a Philips CDI. The guy wanted $300 for it. I probably could have offered him $250 and he would have taken it. But I'm not super interested in CDI. For one thing, most of its games are educational crap. And secondly, you don't really see that many CDI games when you go to these cons. So I knew that I was going to be, if I bought that thing, I was going to be expanding its library mostly on eBay more than anything else. And that's another thing to watch out for. You see, if you go to one of these cons and you see a guy there that's like trying to sell his stuff at eBay price, just take your business to another table. Because if you wanted eBay price, you wouldn't be going to a con. You would just be buying it on eBay. Or buying it in a lot on eBay to get a better deal. Most of the vendors that go to the cons know this. They expect you to barter with them. And so they price their stuff oftentimes a little bit higher than what price charting says and a little bit higher than what it's going for on eBay because they expect to knock a percentage off so that you feel like you're getting a deal. But I don't even settle for that. I lowball them, and then we find a place in the middle that they'll accept. And a lot of them know me when they see me now because I've been coming to these things for years and years now. It's just this is the first time since the pandemic that I've been back. Oh, and that's another thing. Even though I'm doing Sarge in the Game Chasers movie, my character is not named Sarge. My character name in Adventures in Game Chasing is Ray McLowball. Because I lowball for the lowball deals, baby. But they don't have the nuts to take me chasing. Anyway. Hi, C-Note. I have never played an NES. What? What? All right, Titanfall. You know what that means, don't you? You are going to have to take a vacation to Texas. And you can come to my house. And you can play all the Nintendo you want. I'll hook it up on the big TV. You can play all the Nintendo you want. Because I shall not stand for that. You're too good of a gamer to have not ever played NES. That's unacceptable. Completely unacceptable. Hi, Short Round. Hi, Chan Man. Thoughts on Control. Never really played it. I have it. I haven't played it yet. 8th has platted it. I haven't played it. Have you ever come across any Fairchild Channel F games at Retropalooza? I've seen the games, but I haven't seen the console. You'll see that a lot. Like, you won't see Vectrexes for sale, but you'll see Vectrex carts for sale. And I have been, obviously I skipped the last 4 years. The last time I'd been to Retropalooza was in October of 2019. So, 4 years for the Houston one, almost 4 years for the one in Arlington. It's been 4 years, but I've been to multiple Retropaloozas from the time that I moved to Texas. I have never seen a 5200 for sale there. I don't know why that is. Now, Zombie, who used to come in here all the time, Zombie claimed that they had a 5200 they were just going to gift me, and they were cleaning it up. Never heard back from them. Never heard back from them. I only played SNES, N64, GameCube, Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance, DS, DSi, 3DS, Wii, GameCube, Wii U, and a little bit of Switch. Well, then, Titanfall, you are missing out. You are missing out on so many good games. It's a crime. You're going to have to take a vacation to Texas, come see the sights, and while you're down here, just come on over. I'll plop you down in the recliner, hand you a controller, and you can just have your way with my NES. You can hang out with 8th, maybe play some fighting games with him. Xbox needs a hard reset and everything. You're not wrong. WTF, you ain't bald, 7th? I told you guys for years. I was bald by choice. I could still grow a full head of hair anytime I damn well please. My hairline is higher up than it was. It used to be right about there. Now it's right up here. But I still grow a full head of hair. And I have not cut it for a year, so now I'm back to grunge 7th mode. Second day of Retropalooza, I got tired of getting sweaty and it poofing out, so I just tied it back in a ponytail. 7th looked like a guy in a video game I played without all that hair, lol. Now I need to remember what game it was. I have no idea. You got me stumped on that one. I've never had anyone claim that I look like a character from a video game before. So I don't know on that one. But anyway, I made a lot of deals at Retropalooza. Probably a wig. No, it's not a wig. You can very clearly see it's attached. It's attached. It don't lift off. Ugh. So, I haven't seen your vids in like 10 years. Since the Tray for Life days. Good to see you're still making videos. Well, I don't make them as much as I used to. I should, but life has kind of gotten in the way over the years. That's some other things. I've had some big changes take place since we spoke last, and I'll get into that a little bit here too in a minute. But anyway, every Retropalooza, I'm going to walk in there and I'm going to get deals. Sometimes I have more money than other times with me to spend. But one constant is you don't really go for the deals. You go to hang out with friends. And so, I'm always looking forward to seeing Chief and looking forward to seeing Billy and Jay and 8-Bit Eric and Kevin, a.k.a. Captain Retro, who was not here this time around. His significant other was sick, but he says he'll be there in Arlington. My good buddy Brian, who has been working much longer hours at his job, so he hasn't been able to attend Retropalooza, which that was a bummer. But, you go to hang out with your friends. And also to see the insane shenanigans that take place outside of the convention hall doors. Now, Retropalooza is like Vegas. What happens at Retropalooza stays at Retropalooza. I cannot give you any details on the insanity that goes on at these cons. All I can say is that everybody stays at the same hotel. Everybody is on the same couple of floors, and there are perpetual parties going on at Retropalooza. Some of them take place inside the hotel, some of them take place at restaurants, some of them take place at more adult-oriented establishments. It's just all over the place. Sometimes it's at a barcade. But crazy things go down. And of course, I also spent a little time hanging out with Boogie 2988. He shows up to Retropalooza every year, and in fact, I actually showed up in one of Kid Behind the Camera's videos because they were talking about Boogie's fight, and everyone was picking on him and making fun of him, and I just happened to be walking by at just the right time, and I hit him with a 7th style zinger and kept on walking, and they left it in the video. But I look a lot older in that video than I look here because I've been working all day, setting up tables and chairs and everything. I was tired. I was wearing clothes that are 2 sizes too big for me because of how much weight that I've lost. So it made me look fatter than I actually am. And I was so sweaty that my hair was sticking straight out like this. And I just looked like an old-ass man. I looked my age in that video. So much so that Solid Rev saw it and he said, "7th, that's you? Jesus!" I looked really bad in that video. Not gonna lie. In fact, I probably looked a little older than 50 because on top of everything else, I'd been walking so much that I was starting to get pain in my lower back, and so I was limping. And I didn't even realize I was limping, but you see me limping past Boogie2988 and Kid Behind the Camera and, said my little one-liner and kept on walking. But I told you guys I wasn't thin. I'm still fat. I'm just less fat than I used to be. I still got a ways to go before I get back down to what I weighed when I first started making videos back in 2009. We got a ways to go before I get there, folks. But, I'm making steady progress. Phil Spencer said great games don't sell consoles. And if Starfield was an 11 out of 10, it wouldn't matter. Yeah, I saw that. I tell you, I can't say anything about Starfield yet, but I'll tell you one thing. Redfall ain't going to sell no consoles. Oh, God. What in the hell? What in the hell? Redfall is so bad. Oh, my God. It is broken as hell. And I really don't appreciate the false advertising either, because forever all they showed was that cinematic video that they made, that CG video that they made about it. That was their teaser trailer. And the characters look, more realistic, still cartoonish, but more realistic in their proportions and everything. And, just makes it look really dark and atmospheric and evil and blah, blah, blah. And then you play it, and it barely runs 30 frames per second, and the characters look like something out of a Spanish Pixar knockoff movie. They're just terrible. They look awful. They don't look much better than the characters in Grounded. They look like the characters that you build in Grounded grew up and became adults. It's so sad. It's so sad. And all of the characters' hands are like 3 times too large for their bodies. So it has that Unreal Engine 3 circa 2007 look. Oh, by the way, lest you forget, this is a 3-hour podcast. Runs from 6 to 9 p.m. Can be extended by donations to Streamlabs. Just saying. If I get up to 50, I stay an extra hour. I get up to 75, I stay another hour after that. If I get over 100, it becomes a 6-hour podcast. I don't know that I can do that anymore. So maybe just, no more than 5. Anything that you donate's going to go help towards funds for the Retropalooza trip. Because I do have to pay for hotel, and the hotel ain't cheap. It's like $170-something a night. So, feel free to help out should you so choose. It's never been a requirement with me. You don't have to donate, If I really cared about that kind of stuff too much, most of you would still remember that I have an active Patreon account. I don't advertise it because I don't care. But if you want to help out with the podcast, feel free to help out. just do me a favor, use the Streamlabs link. Don't use the gray button with the $sign on it, because when you donate to that, it goes to YouTube first, and they take 30% of it, and they won't even pay you until your balance gets over $100. So, if you send it to Streamlabs, I get it all, and I get it instantly. Well, practically all. There's like a little processing fee. And I promise you, all of it will go towards expanding the collection so that eventually, when my Polymega gets here, I can start making retro videos about games that, I like. Because I don't really want to hook all of those work, but I don't want to hook them up and put additional wear and tear on them when I can play them on the Polymega once it gets here, which I did receive an email telling me that my Polymega should show up sometime between July and the end of October. So I will finally be getting it this year, according to them, which I'm excited about because I want to get back to retro gaming more than I have been. Anyway, Redfall's a piece of crap. It's a total piece of crap. The gameplay is awful. The aiming on it is terrible, and no amount of adjusting the controls help at all. And then you tack on top of that the dead zones on your standard Xbox Series X controller. Oh, it's terrible. It's just god awful. Me and 8th played it for 2 hours, and 8th was like, "This is all I can stand. I'm deleting this crap." And he just dropped out of the game on me and deleted it off of his system. And we were doing it cross-play. I was playing on Series X. He has a Series X, but he was playing it through Game Pass on his PC. He has a 3080 with, I think, 32 gigs of RAM. He's got a nice setup. He's getting ready to upgrade it. The 3080 on medium settings was barely hitting 70 frames per second with massive dips. If he tried to play it on high settings, it crawled. The game was not optimized at all. It's a joke. And you've seen the graphics for it. There's no excuse for it running that slow. None at all. Ghosts of Tsushima. A game that's several years old at this point. Runs on the PS5 at a rock solid 60 frames per second. But a game that looks like something from launch day Xbox 360. 30 frames per second. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? The AI is god awful. A lot of them will just stand there and let you shoot them. I don't get it, man. I'm not going to tell you everything that I think about it because I intend to do a review. In fact, I was hoping to log some time playing it with Titanfall Princess over the weekend so I could get some additional footage since, 8th bailed on me. If not, then I'll just work with what I've got. But I was hoping that she and I could clock at least clock a couple of hours on it so I can get some more. Yeah, Phil Spencer threw in the white flag, but you know what? It's not making a bit of difference to the fanboys out there. They refuse to accept that there's even anything wrong with Redfall. My buddy New Legal, who is, a big Xbox fan on Twitter, he's been espousing the gloriousness of that game since it came out, but yet he posts footage of him walking from one stretch of the city to the other with these empty streets where there's no bad guys, and he walks and he walks and walks and finally has one guy standing there shooting at him, and he's like, "This game is great." It's like the alpha build, and they haven't actually put all the enemies in the game yet. That's how bad it is. And if you die, it doesn't respawn you at the beginning of the area that you're in. It respawns you all the way back to home base. Well, where you were could be 1,000 meters away. So you walk for like 5 minutes to get back to where you were. And while you're walking back there, chances are you won't see a single enemy. It's that bad. And what it makes me feel like is that the open world aspect of it was an afterthought. That it was originally built to be more level based, and they decided to make it open world, but didn't have the time to actually populate the open world with, anything except, old abandoned cars that look like something you might have seen from Knack. Lord help. It astounded me because I've seen what Arcane can do. I've seen how good they can be. Whose idea was this game? It definitely earned the low scores that it's getting. It ain't no media bias, I'll tell you that right now. It earned every single one of those low scores. It is absolutely as bad as you've heard. Possibly worse. Because there's all sorts of glitches and stuff happening with it. But the AI, you can crouch down and walk right up to a guy carrying a rifle and flash your flashlight in his face. He will not see you unless you stand up. And you can either headshot him or you can just hit him with an elbow and he'll go, ugh, and then fall over. That's your stealth mechanic. That's your melee combat. It's a joke. It's an absolute joke. What do you mean bad dudes, Chris? What are you talking about, bad dudes? What games have you been playing? Well, I played Redfall for 2 hours. I've been playing Dead Island 2, which, by the way, is much, much better than Redfall. If you want to play a first-person horror game and you've got an Xbox Series X, don't waste your time with Redfall on Game Pass. Go pick up a copy of Dead Island 2. You'll have much more fun. And you can play it in co-op too. Am I still in contact with any of the old PS3 guys? Well, yeah, I'm still in contact with General MLD, Solid Rev. Haven't talked to El Presidor in a while. Really, those are the only two that still come to mind as of right now. You know what's funny? The first time I went to Retropalooza, I met Ant Dude. Are you familiar with that YouTuber? Ant Dude. He's like a retro channel. His content's kind of similar to Scott the Woz, I guess. Ant Dude knew who I was. And I'm like, how do you know who I am? And he's like, oh, the Trey Brotherhood. Yeah, I watched you and El Presidor and Black Bond and all those guys back in the day. And I was like, Black Bond was never in the Trey Brotherhood. And he's like, yeah, but he was in the same circles. And I watched his stuff too. And I was like, wow. I did not realize that I had that level of reach. I mean, I never, the highest I ever got was like 19,000 subs. But Ant Dude knew who I was. Small world, I guess. Let's see here. Crap Gamer flip-flops back. I stopped paying attention to anything he says or does a long time ago. And even when I did pay attention, it was just to make fun of him. Sega Man 101 is defending Redfall to no end. I've heard of him, but I've never watched him. If you activate a safe house or a historical monument, you'll respawn there instead. Well, that's another thing. The game doesn't... the game will spam instructions at you. It'll constantly put these little tutorials up on the right side. I couldn't find an option to turn them off. But it's never anything that I actually found useful or needed. But on top of that, the online is glitched too. At one point, I was taken down, and kind of like Borderlands, you can still shoot enemies when you're dying. But killing them won't bring you back like it does in Borderlands. There is no second chance mechanic. You have to wait for one of your players to come and revive you. And I told 8th, I was like, 8th, I need you to come revive me. And he's like, I'm on my way. He came running in there, And from his perspective, my body was not there on the floor. And so my perspective, I'm laying on the floor and I see him run right past me and then I died. He was like, "Where are you?" And I was like, "I just died." And he was like, I was like, "You just ran past me." And he's like, "You weren't there." That's the kind of stuff that you'll encounter in Redfall. Hi, Master Chief. Yes, Resistance does look better, especially Resistance 3. Have you talked to Truth Setting You Free? Not in a couple of years. I did talk to General G a couple of years ago because he lives in Houston, Texas. And I kept trying to talk him into meeting me at Retropalooza, and he'd say he was going to, and then that night he'd get drunk and be too hungover to show up. You know who else lives here in Texas? Shokio and his brother Blackbuster Critic. They live here in Texas. I've tried to talk them into going to Retropalooza. Neither of them have shown up. Now, there is a big local retro gaming convention here in Austin. It's called the Classic Game Fest, and it's run by the Game Over game stores here in Austin. And it's actually bigger than Retropalooza as far as the total number of vendors and all that. But I don't go to it. I just go to the 2 Retropaloozas instead, because most of the people that are my friends, they don't show up to this con. You know, the Game Chasers don't come down to Austin to go to Classic Game Fest. You know, 8-Bit Eric doesn't go to Classic Game Fest. None of them go to Classic Game Fest. The only one that does is G to the Next Level. So, you know, if they're not going to be there, I don't bother. I only go to the ones where my friends are going to be. Which first-person shooter zombie game do you like better, Dead Island 2 or Dying Light? I don't like Dying Light 2 because it doesn't have the sense of humor that Dead Island does. That's what made it for me. So when they tried to make it actually serious with Dying Light, I was like, I don't like this. It's got to have that B-movie feel or I'm not going to enjoy it. Anyone remember Wipeout? Yes, I remember Wipeout. I do remember Wipeout. Heavyset bald guy. Had a lot of PS1 stuff. Kept them on shelves behind him in his videos. Talked to him a number of times. I don't know what happened to him. Are you looking forward to a PS5 Slim? No, but I'd be looking forward to a PS5 Pro. Bad dudes on NES. No 7th like the character. I have Bad Dudes on NES. I have that one. It's a common. It's not expensive. Currently, I have 419 NES carts. So a little bit over half of what's available in the United States. So I still got a ways to go. And I don't think that I'll ever own a real copy of Little Samson, because now a loose cart is going for $2,700, which is ridiculous. You know, I'll find somebody that makes repros of it, and I'll buy a repro. And, you know, it can be in a purple cart for all I care. I'm not spending $2,700 for one game. Not going to do it. Not unless I start making a lot more money, and I've already bought everything else, and that's literally the only thing I've got left in the original release U.S. library. Then maybe I would. But at the current salary I'm making now, no. Which does remind me. I got a promotion a couple of weeks ago. And so now I am a financial systems analyst. Still expensive as hell to live here, but it's made me somewhat more comfortable than I was. I got like a 10% increase, which was not bad. It amounted to about a $7,000 a year raise, something like that. 7 or 8,000, I can't remember exactly. But anyway, I'm making good money. And a year from this coming September, my car will be paid off. And that'll be an extra $481 a month I'm not having to pay. And at that point, once that's paid off and some of the other debt that I intend to pay off here shortly is paid off, and then you add in a couple of merit increases, I'll be, after paying all my bills, I'll have over $2,000 a month left over that I can just do whatever I want with. Life will be good. Life will be good. At that point, 1 month's worth of fun money could buy a copy of Little Samson. Almost. So maybe then. Maybe once all of my debt is paid off, to celebrate, I'll go out and buy full price, not even try to haggle with them, a copy of Little Samson. Maybe. You know, I could change my mind about that. Because also, I'm thinking about offering to sell my multicade to Shady J for spare parts. Because it's never quite worked the way I wanted it to. I mean, it works. It has thousands of games on it. Some of the games don't work the way they should. And the guy that had come out and fixed most of them for me wouldn't come back out to the house because COVID had started at the time. The trackball on it has never worked. It was the first time Captain Retro had ever tried to build a multicade. It's not his fault. But I've been thinking of selling it for parts to Jay, and then buying me one of those Dream Arcade 42-inch multicade monsters that run about $3,500, $4,000. I may celebrate with that instead. We'll see. Make new friends. Easier said than done when you work from home. Easier said than done. I've made one friend outside of the Game Chasers in their circle since I moved to Texas, and that's Brian, and he lives an hour away from here. He lives an hour away. I haven't seen him since 2019. He has talked about coming out here and cooking up some steaks and having or us coming up to his house one Sunday and grilling some steaks. But nothing concrete as of yet. I'm still waiting to hear back from him on that. But on top of that, I'm 48 years old, going on 49. I am considerably older than most of the people in the retro community that I'm a part of here in Texas. I'm 4 or 5 years older than both Billy and Jay. I'm considerably older than 8-Bit Eric. Me and Brian are somewhere around the same age. I think I'm a little bit older than him. Yeah, but the rest of them are all much younger than me. A lot of them are in their 30s. And, even though I get around better than someone who's 50, and I certainly don't look 50, maybe that has something to do with it. Maybe people feel the age gap is too wide. I don't know. It is what it is. That being said, I don't want to move up to the Dallas-Fort Worth area just to be closer to friends, because the area that Billy and Jay live in are a lot more prone to tornadoes than the part of Texas I live in. And it gets a lot colder up there because they're practically on the border with Oklahoma. And so they get big, thick snow sometimes during the wintertime. I like it down here. I like the warmer weather. But anyway, those were the topics that I was going to cover. So now it can just be Q&A time. Q&A. Don't buy it without haggling. Seventh, are you interested in Final Fantasy 16? I don't really like the gameplay style. You know, it looks like Devil May Cry. I'd prefer turn-based, but I know I'm not going to get turn-based. I do have it pre-ordered. I will play it. I didn't pre-order the special edition. It's too damn expensive. Do you think PS5 Pro will have a disc drive? I'm thinking that if it does, that it's probably not going to have one, and you'll have to buy that external disc drive that has been rumored. But it could be. It could have a drive. It may have two versions like the original SKU. We'll see. Is this a special occasion, like a one-time thing, or you're back? I don't know. I mean, the main reason... You know, 8th hasn't gotten his driver's license yet. He has a car, but he hasn't gotten a driver's license yet. And so I have to take him to work and then go pick him up from work. And they've decided, after a couple of months working there, they decided that his off days were never going to be the weekends. And so he works every Saturday and Sunday. So that makes it very difficult for me to do the 7th cast, because I started at 6, and he usually gets off at 7 or 8. But it so happens that today I don't have to go pick him up, because his friends are going to pick him up, and they're all going to see Guardians of the Galaxy 3 after he gets off work. So I don't have to worry about it this time around. Make new friends by going to local retro gaming events, or you might find someone who recognizes you. Possibly. I think the only person that'd get any serious recognition at Classic Game Fest would be Angry Joe, because he lives out here in Austin. I've never had much of any interaction with him outside of Twitter. He certainly doesn't know who I am. I don't know how true it is, but I have heard from a couple of people that he's kind of a prima donna when it comes to the cons, and so some of the other cons don't bother to invite him. I don't know if that's true or not. That's just what I've heard. Okay. That's fine. Alright, looks like everything's okay there. Please review Final Fantasy 16. We'll see. We'll see. Is it likely that Oh, I already answered that. Guardians Volume 3 was great. Saw it last night. I'd like to see it. But, me and 8 still go to movies on occasion. We went to see Evil Dead. We went to see Renfield. But for the most part, nowadays, he mostly goes sees movies with his friends instead of me. You know, he's 20 years old. He's to that age where, he wants to hang out with his mates more than his old man. It is what it is. But he still goes to Retropalooza with me twice a year. Cart with no license is like a cart with no horse. I know, right? But that's partly my fault. Our schedules are so different. It's very hard to schedule time for me to take him out and give him lessons in driving, and he doesn't want to spend the money to go to a driver's ed course. So that's the main thing. It's not that he's scared to drive or anything. It's simply, it's hard to schedule time between the hours that he works and the hours that I work where we can go out and let him drive and get used to it. Which studio do you think will be working on the new rumored Twisted Metal game? I don't know. Probably one of their smaller studios. Maybe Bend or something. Is Twitter Blue worth it? Not really. The only reason that I signed up for Twitter Blue is because I refuse to be on that site without multi-factor authentication. I want to get a notification on my phone anytime there's a sign-in attempt on my account. And so that's the only reason that I got Twitter Blue, was just to be able to keep that. Seen any new anime lately? No, I haven't been trying out any new shows. We've got Crunchyroll, we've got High Dive, but I haven't really watched any of the new stuff. That Phil Spencer interview hurt. Should have stayed quiet. Yeah, probably should have. Probably should have. I mean, he basically came on there and admitted that after the previous gen with the Xbox One, that as far as console sales market share, that Xbox is never going to overtake Sony ever again. But then again, that isn't really their focus. You'll remember a while back, Phil Spencer said that Sony and Nintendo weren't their competition, that their competition was Amazon and Google. He was not talking about Stadia and Luna. He was not talking about their gaming platforms. He was talking about their cloud service platforms. And he kind of let the cat out of the bag with that one. It's the same thing that I've been talking to you guys about for 10 years, that Microsoft's real goal is to just get the console market gone and out of the way so that they can get as many people as they can to sign up for some kind of subscription-based gaming service so that all these other gaming companies will come to them as a cloud-based gaming solution for their titles and whatnot and their services, like Sony entered into a partnership with them for, so that they can then leverage that towards trying to dominate the cloud services market in general. In other words, put Amazon and Google into second and third place when it comes to that market. That's what they're really after. And they made that clear with Azure. And it's the same basic triple E strategy that they've used before. Embrace, extend, extinguish. It's that same general mindset that they've had in business for years. They find a market they like, they come in and enter said market, they make changes to try to make their version of whatever it is better than the competition, and then they use any advantages that they can get to put themselves above the companies that inspired them to get into that market to begin with, and then they do their damnedest to kick that competition out of the market. And they've done it time and time again over the last 40-something years. And that's what they're trying to do with cloud services. They started it up in 2008 with Azure. And the thing about Azure, when Azure first started out, it was primarily Windows-based. It still worked under a Windows platform, had its own special version of Windows, in fact, and they used to shit on Linux all the time. They would openly mock Linux. But then, a couple of years ago, they weren't making any headway against Amazon. They weren't making any serious headway against Google, so what do? They incorporate Linux into Azure. It's all, so, right now, they're in their extend phase, where they're making tweaks and improvements, trying to get their product above the competition. And then they'll get into the extinguish phase, where if they don't manage to overtake them, then they try to alter the market to the point where that market doesn't exist and they've evolved it into something else, or they use what political and business advantages they have to try to strong arm their competition out of that market. And that's what they've tried to do with Sony, and they failed. They started trying to do that with Sony in 1997 when they saw how many consoles the PS1 was selling. And they considered the PS1 a legitimate threat to their market share in the PC gaming space, because they thought, if people can get experiences this good from a $200 console, why would they invest in a PC and buy our games? And so they entered the console market with the intent purpose of putting Sony out of business and the entire console market if they could manage it. This has been admitted to in interviews. You can read about it on the web. You can read about it in books. This is what happened. And then in 2008, their plans evolved because they had launched Azure. Their focus was shifting over to cloud. An underpowered console whose claim to fame was just a controller gimmick was kicking their ass. The PS3, which launched a year later than them and was $100 more, was starting to gain ground and would eventually overtake them. And they're like, we're not going to win. And so they shifted focus. If we can't beat them, we'll just destroy their market instead. And that's what they're trying to do now. And Phil has never come out and said it, but he has alluded to things in several of his interviews that goes right along with the things that I've been pointing out for the last 10 years. If I get anything, J-Chip, it won't be a PS5 Slim, it'll be a PS5 Pro. Thoughts on Pixel Opus being closed down. It's not a big deal. They only had, like 10 people working for them. It was a very small studio. They only ever made 2 games in the last 10 years. No big loss. Sorry that people had to lose their jobs, but, if you accept a buyout from Sony and you don't staff up and start increasing your productivity, this is what's going to happen. That's why, I have a feeling that maybe Media Molecule will be the next one on the chopping block because they haven't had a hit in a long time at this point. Let's see here. Cloud gaming is going to be challenging for right now, Legendary, because of restrictions in internet speed. But like everything else, eventually internet speed will increase to where it's not so much an issue. I'm able to cloud game just fine, but I have a 1 gig connection. 7th, as a Red Dwarf fan, what's your favorite season of the show? Either... Man, my teeth are tea stained. Need to brush my teeth. I didn't realize... I've switched to a new brand of tea, and it's a lot more robust than what I used to drink, and it stains my teeth when I drink it. Need to brush my teeth. Forgot to do it this morning. 7th, let's see here. Detriment to gaming, in my opinion. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Red Dwarf. Probably 4 or 6. Probably 4 or 6. Although I do have a soft spot for Season 8 because it has so much fan service. 7th, as far as PC games go, do you use any of the cloud providers? Steam, Good Old Games? No, 8th uses Steam. I don't really game on PC at all. I'm pretty much strictly console. I like to sit in my recliner in the game room and play on my big 70-inch screen. And yes, I know you can hook a PC up to it, but that's just too much effort. I prefer to just be able to turn on my PS5 and play. Not have to worry about anything. It works. Load up the game. Boom. Let's see here. I wish Sega could re-enter the console market. I wish my face was on the $1 bill, but we don't always get what we want, and you're not going to get Sega going back. The best you're going to hope for are their mini consoles, and that's it. Bye, Master Chief. When Sony announced they were going to get into the console market, were you looking forward to it or were you skeptical? I was skeptical because at that time I'd been playing mostly Nintendo and Sega for years. So I thought, someone else getting into the market. NEC tried that with the TurboGrafx and it failed. Atari tried to come back with the Jaguar and it failed. Neo Geo failed. 3DO failed. It's still Sega and Nintendo. Why would I think that it would ever change at that point? So yeah, I was highly skeptical. Do you agree with the popular opinion that Metal Gear Solid 3 is the best Metal Gear game? I never have been real heavy into Metal Gear anyway because I'm not a big fan of stealth action. So I'm probably the wrong guy to ask. I know 8's favorite is 5. And he's played 2, 3, 4, and 5. And I know his favorite is 5. But I guess 3 from what little I played. But then again, I really liked the first one on the NES. Hell, I liked the Snake's Revenge game that Kojima had nothing to do with on NES. So I'm the wrong guy to ask. When did you decide to buy a PS1? I didn't buy a PS1 until 1998. I'd gotten a promotion. I'd moved into my own apartment. The previous year, Sega had announced that they were discontinuing the Saturn. And so I had plenty of games to play because all the Saturn games were ending up in bargain bins. And so I was just buying up Saturn games left and right. But all the new stuff that was coming out was on either PS1 or N64. So once I got promoted and I moved into my own place and my parents moved down to Florida, one of the first things I did was I went out and bought a PlayStation and an N64 on the same day and ended up liking the PlayStation a lot more. I never was a fan of the N64. And so then, I pretty much picked up everything from the Saturn library that I cared to own at that point. And so I mostly started buying PS1 games left and right. I bought a few N64 games. I never had a massive library for it because I just didn't like it that much, especially once the DualShock 2 had come out, or the DualShock had come out, which made 3D games just much better to play than being stuck with the one stick on the N64. That was one of the big things that I didn't like about the Dreamcast, was that it only had one stick. What do you rate Octopath Traveler 2 out of 7? It's a solid 6. Are you looking forward to Dune 2? Very much so. Very much so. In fact, Chris, you may not remember this, but the last time that I saw you in person, you were living in like kind of a apartment slash duplex type thing, kind of out in the middle of nowhere. And I came over to hang out. And you were playing Dune 2, the strategy game, on your laptop. And you were showing me how that Dune 2 worked and the improvements they'd made over, how it was a totally different type of game than the first Dune PC game. And of course, Dune 2 ended up being the inspiration for the Command & Conquer series that came later. But it's like while I was at your house or your apartment or whatever, I sat and watched you play Dune 2 for a while. And eventually I left. And then a couple of days later, I started to get really sick. And I went to the doctor. And they said, well, we don't really know how this happened, but you've somehow managed to catch both mono and strep throat at the same time. And it completely effed me up. I missed a ton of work, and they had to put me on this steroid, this I can't remember the name of it, but they put me on this steroid, which made me hungry all the time, and so I gained like 20 pounds while I was sick. And that's probably one of the sickest I've ever been in my life, because the mono made me exhausted where I didn't want to do anything, and the strep throat made it agony to talk, made it agony to eat. I couldn't sleep. I'm not saying I caught it from you, Chris, but I had it a few days after visiting you at your apartment. I blame you, Chris. At what point did you know Sega was going downhill And did you think there was a possibility they could have recovered? Uh, 3 months into the existence of the Saturn. 3 months into the existence of the Saturn. When the PlayStation launched, I knew they were on borrowed time. That no amount of discounts or price cuts or anything like that was going to make any bit of difference. It was done. Sony had come in and Sega had screwed themselves with their bad business decisions, trying to get a head start on Sony, and it bit them in the ass. And they had already had a couple of chunks taken out of their ass from the failure of both the Sega CD and the 32X at that point. And that's why I knew, even though I loved, I really liked it, that's why I knew ultimately that the Dreamcast would fail. Because people weren't just weren't going to buy into it after what had happened with the Saturn and with the PS2 on the way. I knew going in that I was buying what would end up being a niche collector's console. Oh, and by the way, I almost forgot. Two hours remaining. There have been 0 donations thus far. In case you need reminding, the link is streamlabs.com/7thlevelreviews. Could be $1, could be 20, could be whatever you want. As Jay likes to say, it could be $2. $2. I hope for Jack and Daxter's return and Sly Cooper return, both rebooted for PS5. I don't know, man. That ship might have already sailed. We'll see. Have you seen Evil Dead Rising yet? Yes, I have. Me and Eighth went to see it. It was good. I didn't like it quite as much as the 2013 movie, but it is a sequel to the 2013 movie. I mean, none of the characters from the 2013 movie are in it, but it establishes that all of the different movies exist in the same universe, and it does so by them finding a record, where it states there are 3 books. The one that Ash is dealt with, the one from the 2013 movie, and the one in this movie. So it does exist in the same universe. That being said, Bruce Campbell has publicly stated that he feels he's too old to ever reprise the role of Ash. So I don't know how they're going to tie it in, but he has said that what they hope to do is get a new Evil Dead movie out every 2 years. And it looks like they'll make it happen, because this movie actually has already made more, even adjusted for inflation, than the 2013 Evil Dead. In fact, this is the highest amount of money that any Evil Dead movie has ever made. It's already broken $100 million worldwide. And it only cost $17 million to make. So I guarantee you're going to start seeing Evil Dead movies on a more regular basis now. And I couldn't be happier. I love Evil Dead. It's one of my favorite franchises of all time. Sly Cooper would be fun to come back, but then again, that last one, Sly Cooper 4, which wasn't even made by Sucker Punch, I was not a big fan of it. I was not a big fan. What celebrity do people tell you look like with the long hair and sunglasses? I have not been told that I look like a celebrity at all. Nobody has said to me, hey, you look like a celebrity now that you have hair. No one has said that. When my head was shaved, people used to tell me I look like Carrie King from Slayer, but no one has said that I look like a celebrity now. There were people at Retropalooza was like, man, you've really lost weight. Your hair makes you look younger, especially when you tie it back. And I'm like, okay. The animation needs hair. Yeah, the animation is out of date now, but I don't think the guy who made them for me still watches me. And I don't remember his name now. Sorry if you are out there. I don't remember who it was that made them for me. So, and I might not keep this. You know, come Retropalooza Arlington in September, I might shave it all off again. I might get tired of it. Because, there is a lot more maintenance to this, ultimately, than there is shaving my head twice a week. Because, I do occasionally have to actually shampoo it. And, I have to try to find stuff that keeps it from frizzing out like it has a tendency to do. I don't know if it's static electricity that makes it do that or what, but I don't know. Maybe it just needs to get longer. I don't know. I mean, it's down past my shoulders at this point, see? It's just it doesn't look like it because you've got all these curls that curl up at the bottom. Did you know that Jedi Survivor for PS5 comes with a 100 gig day one patch? Doesn't surprise me at all. Doesn't surprise me at all. Does not surprise me at all. Looking back, I don't think there's a bad Evil Dead movie. Even the remake I thought was pretty solid. Yeah, they're all great. Every Evil Dead movie that's been made has been great. They have not had a stinker. There was a couple of episodes of Ash vs. Evil Dead that could have been better. Frankly, I don't think that show needed Lucy Lawless. I didn't care for them turning it into an ensemble piece where Ash has, sidekicks and stuff. I think it would have been just fine with it just being Ash. I realized they did that because they wanted him to have regular characters to play off of. But, yeah, I think with smart writing, they could have done it without needing him to have, 3 sidekicks in his show. I saw your part in the Game Chasers movie. That's a funny character. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed my 3.5 seconds of screen time. Initially, Billy wanted me for a bigger part. I don't know which one. But I wasn't able to take off the amount of time from work that he would have required for me to be able to film all those scenes. And so ultimately, I got this little bit part, which I'm perfectly happy with. He said he has suggested that if he goes to make another movie, that he'll try to see if we can get me in on something a little bit beefier. We'll see. We'll see. Do you agree that Series X is becoming a niche console the way it's heading, at least with its backwards compatibility? Well, its backwards compatibility is nothing to brag about. A lot of my Xbox and Xbox 360 games won't work on it. People see backwards compatibility, they think that means, I can throw my Xbox and 360 discs into my Xbox Series X and it works. No. It only works for the ones that they've paid to renew the licenses for. So, for example, I don't think the game based on the 2009 or 2008 Star Trek movie would work because they'd have to renew the Star Trek license, which would likely not be cheap. So that one's probably a big no. And, I have a lot of games like that where, the cost of them renewing the license would probably be too cost ineffective. Yeah, it's starting to frizz. Oh, well. So, yeah. It's kind of a big lie, really. Aw, Chris, you didn't have to do that. Thank you, Chris. I appreciate it, buddy. But I'm not staying 6 hours though. I told you guys I can't do that anymore. But I will stay some. Uh, we'll stay to 10. Okay, we'll stay to 10. I can't do the 5 and 6 hour streams anymore. I can't do it. I'm too old, and it causes me back problems, and plus I've developed some gastrointestinal issues. You've seen me actually have an attack live on camera a couple of years ago, and it just made it harder and harder for me to sit in this chair for 6 hours. You know, I started having to pop ibuprofen just to be able to sit here and talk. But I appreciate it. Donation to Retro Gaming Collection. Don't extend to an ass-blistering 6 hours on account of this. Just go buy something you'll like and or review. Enjoy. I really appreciate that, Chris. And I know even when we were both living in Tennessee that, you know, we weren't friends that hung out like every weekend or whatnot, but that was always a regret of mine that we didn't hang out more than we did. Now, I'm just being honest with you about that. You were fun to hang around with, and any excuse that I could get to talk you into going to the BBS breakfast and all that crap, I was always trying to get you to go because you were fun and you had a weird, quirky sense of humor like I did, so we got along real well. I think the girls may like the long hair if you care. I'm past giving a shit about that, Chris, to be honest with you. I'm too old, man. I'm too old and too happily divorced. You know, friends with benefits, that's one thing. Getting into a serious relationship again, no. I'm done. I am perfectly happy with staying single from here on out, and then eventually one day, Eighth will come home and find me dead in my recliner with a controller in my hand. I'm perfectly okay with that. No more waifus for me. But yeah, Chris, I miss hanging out, bro. One of these days you're going to have to hop in whatever it is you drive nowadays and come down here to Texas and hang out. Needs to happen, Chris. Needs to happen. And for God's sakes, if you have any friends that has a 5200 up in their attic, tell them to send it to me. I'm getting tired of looking for one. I do appreciate the Turbo Express, though. I will take that $100 and I'll put it towards something good at Retropalooza, and I'll film me doing it. I will film me doing it so you can see it. Will Sony cut the disk drive off? Somebody else just asked me that. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. Maybe, you know, that's the whole plan about this rumored external CD drive that people have been talking about. We're not going to know. Maybe we'll find something out at Sony's presentation that's rumored to happen sometime over the summer. Can I recommend a Japanese rock band named Sim? I like some of their songs. Not all of them. Check them out. They have some good ones. Okay. I will check them out. I always look out for new music. I'm not like my old man. My old man was very set in his ways. All he ever wanted to listen to was Jerry Lee Lewis and Elvis Presley and stuff like that. In fact, the only new band that my dad ever got into was ZZ Top. He loved ZZ Top. I'm not like that. I'm always looking for new bands to listen to. Even though, you know, my top band of choice will always be Descendants. Always Descendants. That is the band of my life. Right there. And they know it too. We've met in person. They know. They know full well my devotion to that band. That being said, I am always on the lookout for new music to add to my Spotify account. The most recent ones that I've gotten into, not all that recent, it's been in the last couple of years, were Hardcore Superstar, and what's the name of that band? It just slipped out of my mind. Oh, I can't think of it. They're like a progressive, kind of a progressive new metal band out of like the UK, not the UK, but Europe somewhere, and shit, I'll just look it up. I don't know why I can't think of it. I know the name of one of their songs. Volbeat. I really, really love Volbeat. I love that band. I mean, yes, some of their stuff can be kind of delving a little bit into the some satanic stuff, but it's not in a devil worshipping kind of way. It's more like they're treating it like mythology. So for them, singing songs about, Leviathan and Beelzebub and stuff like that, to them it's like singing about Thor. They just view it as another mythology, and so they're singing these songs about stories in the Bible and ancient Mesopotamian gods like Babylon and all this stuff. So it's fun, and their lead singer, he's like a little bit punk rock, a little bit Elvis Presley. I dig it. Let's see here. Matt 7th, what is your favorite shooter on the Genesis? You mean like a shmup? Or you mean side-scrolling shooter like Midnight Resistance or Contra? If you're talking about a shmup, without question, my favorite is Thunder Force 3. Yes, I know Thunder Force 4, a.k.a. Lightning Force, has better levels and better graphics, but I like the soundtrack of Thunder Force 3 better than Thunder Force 4. Me and Alpha Omega Sin have argued about this point. He says I'm wrong. I don't care. I like Thunder Force 3 soundtrack better. Thank you so much, Alpha Omega Sin. Let's see. Where did I cut off here? It was a long time ago, but did you ever find out who sent you the free Vectrex? I never got an admission of it. But let me just explain this one more time. Me and Billy from the Game Chasers were chatting over Twitter. And at one point, he sent me a DM. Hey, if there was a retro console, what's the retro console that you don't have that you want the most? And I said, Vectrex. And then nothing else was said. 2 or 3 months later, a Vectrex arrives from an anonymous source on my doorstep. I asked Billy about it. Oh, I don't know nothing about that. Yes, you do, Billy. Yes, you do. So I thanked him anyway. To this day, he still denies that he was the one that sent me a Vectrex. Still denies it. But I know it was him. That's too big of a coincidence, Billy. And you don't have the nuts to take me chasing, Billy. Knowest of nuts challenge, Billy. Have you ever found out the price to your video game collection? The last time I tallied it up based on price charting, it was $67,000. Thunder Force 3 is my favorite. I just love the music in it. I've used that music in some of my videos back in the day. I love it. I'm generic, I guess. I like Musha. But I just got Thunder Force 3 and it's awesome. Yeah, avoid the Super Nintendo version though. Thunder Spirits, it's not good. It only has 4 of the levels in it, and it's, instead of being based on the Genesis game, at some point Technosoft, the company that developed Thunder Force, they made an arcade game of Thunder Force 3. And the Super Nintendo cart is based on the arcade game instead of being based on the Genesis cart. And so the graphics are a little bit sharper, sure, but the music doesn't sound as good and it has fewer levels. I like Musha, but I've never been as big of a fan of vertical shmups as much as side-scrolling shmups. I like the side-scrollers better. Another great one for the Genesis, okay? Possibly the second greatest, let's say third greatest behind Lightning Force, is called Gaiares. Gaiares, Gaiares. But I'm warning you, it's a lot harder than either of the Thunder Force games. I've beat Thunder Force 3 and 4. I've beat Gaiares, but it took me a year to master it. It is tough. Gaiares is not easy. It's got some of the best music and best graphics of any shooter on the Genesis. But the main reason that I don't put it above Thunder Force 3, one, the music's great, but not as good as Thunder Force 3, and two, it is way harder. Way bigger challenge. Now, as far as what is the hardest side-scrolling shoot-'em-up on Genesis, in my opinion, it's neck and neck between Gaiares and Hellfire. Hellfire is hard as shit. That one was put out by Seismic. And good lord, is it hard. Oh, man. I mean, Whip Rush is no slouch either. Whip Rush is challenging too. Whip Rush is another one of those ones that was put out, published by Renovation. I don't remember which studio developed it, but Whip Rush, it's no slouch either. Arrow Flash is fun, but I think Arrow Flash is more like the shoot 'em up that you give to your kid to get them into shoot 'em ups. Because, you know, everything's a little bit more cutesy in its graphics, and your ship can transform into a little chibi-looking mech, and it's not as hard. But it also has some really good music and whatnot. It's just a little bit on the easier side. I don't have Arrow Flash anymore. It's one of the games that Billy picked out when the Game Chasers came to my house. So I no longer have that one. I have been slowly buying back some of the stuff that they came and got. Easier said than done with the stuff that Wood took, because Wood took a lot of my rarer Wii, GameCube, and PSP games. And so those have been a little bit harder to replace. Like he took my what's the name of that Wii JRPG, Pandora's Box or Pandora's something or other. He took my copy of that, and he took my copy of that GameCube game, Edge of Darkness or whatever, and he took a handful of my PSP RPGs too. And I don't know if you've noticed this, but PSP RPGs are becoming like more and more super expensive. And we have multiple PSPs, we have multiple Vitas, we still play them. And but you know, at the time, I just wanted to, you know, the guys have been really nice to me since I moved to Texas. They'd helped me out on a number of things, and I just wanted to do something nice for them and get them out of a pickle, because they had gotten next to no useful footage for their episode in San Antonio. Got kicked out because a flea market they'd been to for years decided they didn't want them filming anymore, and they hadn't found hardly anything when they were filming. And so I was like, come on up, I'll give you a good deal. And I just wanted to repay them, so I was like, it's my gift to you, don't have to pay nothing. They insisted on paying $50. Wood at the time tried to send me another $50, and I told him, look, the deal was with Jay for $50, you're not sending me any more money. And I sent him his $50 back. That was 5 years ago. Now I can't get him to talk to me. He's sitting up there in Pennsylvania with all those games that I gave him, and my now $300+ copy of Cannon Spike that I gave him, and I can't even get him to answer a tweet. It's how it goes sometimes, man. It's how it goes. Friends come and go. Priorities change. I get the feeling that he was never 100% comfortable around me anyway because of the age difference. Because I'm so much older than him. I could be wrong. Let's see here. Let me catch up now. I kind of went off on a tangent there. This may be a hot take, and I'm aware people think this game is bad, but I actually enjoyed Silver Surfer on the NES. Silver Surfer is a challenging game, but there's also a sort of trick to it. Not a glitch or a cheat or anything. You just have to wrap your mindset around the way the game wants you to play. You can go on YouTube right now and watch videos of people no-deathing that game because they figured it out. That's not saying that I figured it out at the time. I did not. When I was a kid, I did not beat Silver Surfer, so don't think that I'm trying to give myself unearned gaming cred. Not the case. Let's see here. I know you're not a fan of survival horror games, but Resident Evil 4 Remake is a must-play. We have Resident Evil 4 Remake. We have the Collector's Edition. 8th wanted it. 8th has already beat it. He beat it the week it came out. How did you like all the games that came out in the first quarter, in your unhumble opinion? Forspoken was meh. Absolutely meh. I beat it. I'm only missing like one trophy for the platinum. It's not a good game. That being said, it's more playable than Redfall and graphically looks better than Redfall, but neither of them look like a current gen title. By the way, if my glasses look a little bit bigger, that's because I got new ones. These cost me $220-something with my medical coverage. But these are brand spanking new Ray-Bans. These are much thinner. They're not as weighty, so they don't weigh on my face as much. There's my eyes. You don't get to see those very often. And that's because I still can't be out in bright light very much. And I hate to say it. It makes me feel really bad. I have passed this eye condition down to 8th. And it's a degenerative condition. And 8th has it worse than I do. And so at some point, 8th might have to have reconstructive surgery on his corneas. And it's, I passed it down to him. And so I feel pretty shitty about that. But he now, too, has to wear prescription dark lenses because he can't stand to be in bright light anymore. But whereas I have always worn these gargoyle-style shades, 8th wears aviators, great big aviator-style sunglasses. And so, I was kind of shocked by that. I only found it out a couple of weeks ago because I went ahead and sent him to the eye doctor, and he comes back and tells me this. And it kind of felt like a kick in the gut. And so I shelled out the $255 for the glasses that he got, and so now he too is walking around in dark glasses like me. But anyway, I love Herzog's Way from Technosoft. Love their music. Herzog's Way. That's the one where it's like it's overhead, but it's also kind of a strategy thing where you're commanding different troops and stuff. I've played it. In fact, I have it. I have that one on the shelf. I already answered that. Video game music composers from that era. Yeah, I know. Have you checked out Steel Empire? I have it. I haven't played a whole lot of it, but I do have it. Pandora's Tower. Yeah. Wood took my copy of Pandora's Tower for the Wii. And several other things. He had a stack, he picked out a bunch of stuff. And that was fine. That was fine. It's what I wanted to do. Some people you make friends with them and they're friends for the rest of your life. Some people you make friends with and then they decide that, they get 1 million subscribers and they decide that they don't like Texas's politics and they're going to move somewhere that's more in line with their political beliefs, and they head out and stop talking to most of the people that helped them out when they first came here. It's just the way it is. I'm not one of them. I'm not saying that I helped them get in the country. I didn't. All I did was, be nice to him because he was nice to me. And, I gave his girlfriend at the time, now his wife, some business. I paid her to do some of my artwork because I like her art. She's a very talented artist. And she's sweet as could be, too. Very sweet person. And I'm not saying that it's anything that Wood has intentionally done. Wood has a lot of challenges. Things that he has to deal with, anxiety and stuff like that. And I think with him, it's just a matter of out of sight, out of mind. And it's easy for you trying to contact somebody that now has 1 million subscribers for what you're trying to send to them to get lost in the shuffle of all the other messages that get sent their way. I know how that can be. I've never been 1 million subs, but I have had issues in the past where it was hard for me to keep up with friends that I had made because my inbox would get flooded with people wanting to talk to me from my videos. So that could be it. But there are other folks. I'm not going to go too deep that haven't heard from him in a while either. So, this could be one of these things where he's decided, I need to start my life over when I move to Pennsylvania, and that means cutting a lot of ties. I don't know. I just know that he doesn't talk to me anymore. They got mad at me for buying Hi-Fi Rush for me and a friend on Steam instead of after that bad demo for Forspoken. I haven't played Hi-Fi Rush yet. I mean, it looks interesting. I just haven't... I've downloaded it, but I haven't played it. Maybe I'll play it this weekend a little bit. I didn't absolutely hate Forspoken. I do think if I reviewed it, it would be a DBTS just because of all the problems with it. I think it had the potential to be much better than it was. It's painfully obvious that the people who made it were heavily inspired by Sucker Punch because it's trying very hard to be a Sucker Punch game. It just doesn't get there. It just doesn't get there. Sucker Punch plus Isekai doesn't work all that well in this instance. That's the weird thing. No, my dad did not have this eye condition. My mother didn't have it either. But I have it. And my mother's brother, who I am supposed to resemble. People tell me I look more like my uncle than my father. And you've seen 8th. 8th looks like a little me. He looks like a slightly shorter me. 8th was not destined to play for the NBA because... 5'8.5" father, 5'5" mother. It wasn't going to happen. I don't even think she was 5'5". I think she was like somewhere between 5'3" and 5'4". I'm giving her a little too much credit there. I just know she came up to here on me. And Sarah, the girl I was intending to marry before I moved to Texas and she refused to come with me, she was down to here because she was only 5 foot even. She was very small. She was only an inch above being legally considered a little person. She was like down here. 8th is about right here. He's like maybe 2 inches shorter than me. But otherwise, he looks very similar to me. He has some of his mother's features, but mostly he looks like me. But my father didn't have it. My uncle didn't have it. My dad didn't. My mom didn't have it. She didn't have it. It seems to have been something that skipped several generations, and it just landed in my eye sockets, and I somehow passed it right on to the next generation, to 8th. I don't know why. And now on top of that, they're saying that I'm possibly developing glaucoma on top of that because of me barely being type 2 diabetic now. I'm like right on the line. You know, if my glucose drops just a couple of more points, I'm back into pre-diabetic mode. I'm just barely there. And the only reason that I'm there in the first place is because they changed the bar a few years ago. You know, before I moved to Texas, if I had been tested then, I would have still been considered pre-diabetic. But when I moved to Texas, they had changed it to where they'd increased, or decreased how high it had to be for you to be considered type 2, and I now fell into that window. And so suddenly, whereas, my sugar didn't go up, but their ranking for it went down. So when I was pre-diabetic, now I'm type 2, but I'm just barely there. And I'm a good 80 pounds less than what I was when I moved here. When I first moved to Texas, I was like a little bit over 400 pounds, believe it or not. I know it didn't look like it, but I was. And now, I'm way under that. And I want to get back down to where I was, at least where I was in 2009 when I first started my YouTube channel. Okay, I was right on Herzog's Way. No, I've not played the Street Fighter 6 demo. I'm not a big fighting games guy. Apparently, I'm not a fan of Square or PlayStation for preferring to buy everything after playing every single demo from Square last fall, except for Spoken. Is the writing terrible? Yes. The dialogue is horrible. The scenario is fine, which you would expect that because Amy Hennig wrote the scenario. She wrote the world and the past history of the, all of that backstory. But she didn't write the characters or the dialogue. Hi-Fi Rush is a nice throwback to older style games. I did enjoy watching folks call me an Xbot for 3 weeks after playing it on my Steam Deck and singing its praises. It happens. It happens. Need the brain-computer retro interface to be developed or cybernetic eyes. Right. I'd end up having to take drugs so that my body didn't reject cybernetic eyes. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do it like how transplant patients have to take drugs so that their body doesn't reject the organs that they had put in them. Amy Hennig was involved in Legacy of Kain. She was involved in the first 3 Uncharted games. She started writing Uncharted 4, and Neil Druckmann made a power play to take over, ditched her script, got her fired, and became the head of Naughty Dog. And that's why I don't have any respect for The Last of Us. Because Neil Druckmann is a piece of shit. Neil Druckmann is a Class A piece of shit. I have no respect for him whatsoever. He even looks shady. He looks and he acts shady to me. He looks like a French guy that came to the United States and then sits in the Starbucks trying to pick up teenage girls. That's what Neil Druckmann looks like to me. I don't like him. I don't like the way he treated Amy Hennig. And my dearest, sincerest hope is that he loves making episodes of The Last of Us so much that he just leaves Naughty Dog to go make crappy TV shows. That's what I hope. Forspoken is trying hard to be a T-rated version of the Neverending Story. Well, I mean, technically speaking, the Neverending Story fits the standard plot scenario of an isekai. Before the genre of isekai was really a thing over in Japan, but still. I just played and completed Symphony of the Night. I think it's the best PS1 game. Would you agree? It's one of the best. It's one of my favorites. I love Symphony of the Night. And I'm constantly getting into an argument with 8th because I keep telling him, to me, Bloodborne is just a 3D Symphony of the Night, and he doesn't agree with it. But then again, he hasn't spent a whole lot of time playing Symphony of the Night either. The whole story has not come out about what Druckmann did, and I think that's because they probably made Amy Hennig sign an NDA. You'll probably never get the full story out of her. Hi, Classic Krusty. I think the later DS Metroidvanias are better. I like some of the portable Castlevanias, like Circle of the Moon and what have you on Game Boy Advance. I liked that one a lot. I played that one quite a bit at work when I was working for Disney. I'd sit there at my desk with my Game Boy my GBA SP, and play Circle of the Moon. Yep, you'll notice the treadmill isn't there anymore. That's because a couple of days ago, 8th went ahead and moved it back out to the garage because one day he decided that he wanted his own PC workshop out there. So he cleaned up the garage, rearranged everything, and he bought himself a workbench, a PC workbench, for him to have a better place than his room to build PCs when someone wants him to build them one. So he's setting himself up with a workshop out there, and so he moved the treadmill back out to the garage. So now it's right next to my weightlifting machine. And so now I've got I'm not so cluttered in here now because that thing took up a lot of space. Took up a lot of space. You know what I'd like to do? You know how over here, I don't know if you could see it, I've got this old it's basically a USB speaker, there it is, that's made to look like an old-fashioned jukebox. I never use that thing. I never use it. I've been thinking about giving it to Goodwill, and you know what I'd like to put right there? I'm normally not a big fan of the arcade one-up cabinets. Yeah, I'm not one of these guys that's gone out and tried to build an arcade out of these cheap pieces of shit. But right there, I would like to have one arcade one-up cabinet. The Tron cabinet. I'd like to have the Tron cabinet right there. I think that'd be a fun thing to have in here. And it ought to be able to fit right in that little space. I mean, it would cover up the Zelda poster. I'd have to move the Zelda poster somewhere. But I think I could fit that little Tron cabinet right there. And not even to play it all that much. Just to have it as kind of a visual representation of one of my favorite arcade cabinets of all time. Because, I mean, the At Games Legend cabinet that 8th has, it comes with Tron installed on it. You can play Tron on it. So, I could go in his room and play Tron anytime I wanted to. My arcade cabinet won't play it because it doesn't have a spinner. But I'd like to buy that that arcade 1-up Tron cabinet. I don't even know if you can still get it anywhere. Let me see here. Arcade 1-up Tron. Well, shit. It is available, but it's $700 damn dollars. I don't know if it's worth $700, man. I don't know if it's worth $700. Sure would like to have it, though. Put it right there. Yeah. Well, eventually I'll have $700 and I'll just bite the bullet and order one. I guarantee you I'll barely ever play it. It'll just be for show. Just because I loved that game so much. And it's near impossible to get an actual Tron arcade cabinet in good condition. They're always beat up to hell. And very, very expensive to restore. So I think I might do that. I think I might at some point just shell out the $700 and buy me one of those just so I can have it over there to look at when I want to look at it. What do you think of Unrecorded? I have no idea what that is. Thoughts on Far Cry 6? I was not a fan. 8th's got a side hustle. Yes, he does. 8th works for Walmart, but he also has a side hustle of custom building PCs. Jay might hook you up with a legit arcade machine. I don't think Jay could hook me up with a legit Tron. Not one that was in good working condition. It would be beat up all to hell. It'd be beat up all to hell. And if he does have one that's in working condition, he ain't going to sell it. He's going to want it for his barcade that he's trying to open. Plus, I could not fit the full-size Tron cabinet back there. But I could fit one of the arcade 1-ups back there. Thoughts on the GTA Trilogy remaster? Didn't play it. Didn't play it. Didn't buy it. I saw how it was playing, and I was like, nope. Not wasting my money on that shit. Would you agree that Hogwarts Legacy might give Zelda and Final Fantasy 16 a run for Game of the Year? It could. I mean, up to this point, I think it's been the best game released this year. Up to this point. Unrecorded is a first-person shooter where you play as a cop and the graphics are astronomically insane. And no, it is not stock footage gameplay. I've never heard of it. What systems is it on? What's it available on? If it's a PC game, I'll never play it. If it's just on Steam, I'll never play it. Did you retire DBTS? I've just been too busy to make videos, man. I mean, that's the reason I got promoted, because I was busting my ass at work. I decided that I was going to put YouTube on hold and focus on my career for a while. And I did so. And so now, I'm finally seeing the fruit of my labor somewhat. And they're paying for me to take all these additional classes and certifications. So I probably won't be in this position for as long as I was in my previous one. Because I'll get promoted up from all the classes they're paying for me to take. Unrecorded is still in development. Well, let me know when it actually comes out. Spider-Man 2 is supposed to come out this year, sometime in the fall. Did you think much of the Dead Space remake? I know 8th liked it, but we don't have it on PS5. He bought it on Steam. Thoughts on photorealism in gaming? It's still a ways off. It's getting there, but it's still a ways off. Gotta love how YouTube never told me you were live. It's just the way it goes now, man. It's just the way it goes now. A promotion within a promotion. Sort of. Eventually. That's how career pathing works, man. It's like looking at a family tree. You know, you get to one point, and then there's like 3 different branches that you can go for the next point. And so I kind of have my choice of where I want to go once I've worked this position long enough that they're ready for me to go somewhere else. Yes, we have PSVR 2. I have not gotten to play it. 8th bought it with his own money. It's his. Wait a minute. I have magic powers. For when you hit the lottery. I'll never hit the lottery because I never buy tickets for the lottery, Chris. That's why I have to rely on donations from good friends like you. Let's see here. I love the Dead Space remake. Quite replayable, too. I'll play it eventually. My backlog just keeps getting bigger. Oh, by the way. Well, no. Because I should use this one instead. If I can get it to play. Why is this not playing? I don't know. For some reason, There we go. Stupid thing. Your time has been extended. So we now have 2 hours left. I'm going to give it an extra hour because of Chris donating, which is greatly appreciated. It didn't for me because I was on my alt account and I forgot to sub with that one, but luckily I saw your tweet earlier and switched YouTube account. Are you going to dust off the Switch for Tears of the Kingdom? I don't know, man. I wasn't really a big fan of Breath of the Wild because I didn't like the whole breaking weapons mechanic. I hate that crap. I didn't like it in Skyrim, and I don't like it in Breath of the Wild. So, you know, there's a good chance that I won't ever even get around to playing it. Should Returnal get a sequel? One of my favorite PS5 games. I would think so, but then again, you know, it kind of it wasn't a huge seller, but I guess it kind of depends on how much money it cost Housemarque to make it. I mean, if they made their money back and made a profit off of it, then I don't see why they shouldn't have a sequel. 7th, will you come back regularly as I have missed this? I will try, but, you know, it all depends on 8th's work schedule, really. That's the reason I haven't been around, because it makes it too hard to schedule it and be able to drop him off and pick him up. The Etsy listing for the Tron Arcade is $6,200, fully refurbished with support and warranty. I ain't got $6,200. I ain't got $6,200. I might go, you know, $700 for the one-up, but I ain't got $6,200 to spend on one arcade cabinet. Just not going to happen. If I had $6,200 to spend on that, I wouldn't be buying Tron. I'd be driving up to Pinballs and buying me an actual pinball machine instead of having the At Games Legend pinball machine now, which is sitting in the game room. It's fun, but you know, it won't play all the pinball machines that I want to play, like Addams Family and stuff like that. For that, I'm gonna have to like upgrade it with a PC, and you know, I don't even want to invest that kind of money right now. I want to build my fund up before I start making big purchases. What was Microsoft's end goal for buying game companies? Flooding Game Pass. Trying to draw in more subscribers for Game Pass Same reason that Netflix brings in a bunch of stuff that, a lot of people don't watch. It's just so they can point out how big their library is to potential new subscribers. Did you pick up Metroid Remastered? No, I did not. I do appreciate you looking that up for me, Chris. I just don't have that kind of money. Even with my promotion, I don't have that kind of money. It'd take me, I'm not going to get to where I have, $2,000 left over every month until a year from this coming September. Up until then, after my bills, I'm clearing about $1,200 a month. And so, even if I didn't buy anything else, it would take me over 6 months. It'd take me 6 months basically to save up enough money to buy that arcade cabinet. And then it's just, I don't have it, man. I don't have it. It's not like this promotion put me up in like the six figures like you are, Chris. Chris makes good money doing what he does. With my annual bonus that I get every year, I'm like just a little under 80 grand with the bonus. Without the bonus, I'm in the low 70s. But that was more than I was making a couple of weeks ago. A couple of weeks ago, I was in the mid 60s. No, I didn't pick up Metroid Remastered. Will Burnout ever get a new game? I don't believe so. I think Criterion was absorbed into something else, and so, what's left of Criterion has been handling the Need for Speed series, if I remember right. Should Microsoft sell Xbox? Right now, they have no reason to. Because even though they're not catching up with Sony, they're still profitable because of Game Pass. They're not very profitable, but they are profitable. Do you have a favorite indie video game developer? Whoever made Infernax. I don't remember who made that one, but that's my current favorite indie game. So whoever made Infernax would be my favorite indie developer. Which subscription is better, X Game Pass, or PSN? PSN is more expensive, but PSN has a bigger library. No, they don't get day one games, but as you've seen, the day one games that Game Pass does get historically have not been that great. The best ones they've had were Halo Infinite, Forza Horizon 5, and Flight Simulator. Flight Simulator is a very niche game that, based on the trophy, the achievement unlocks, most Xbox players barely played. Halo Infinite, you know what happened to it. Forza Horizon 5 has been their only really good day one release so far, if you don't count Hi-Fi Rush. But for me, Hi-Fi Rush might as well be an indie game because of the style of game it is. I wasn't suggesting you buy it, just showing what can be had at that price. 80s Tron Supercade is available. It's just expensive. Cool. Is anyone hyped for Mandragora? It's one of the most stunning looking side scrollers I've ever seen. I think they're using Unreal Engine 5. I haven't watched any footage of it yet. Thoughts on Scott Pilgrim the game? Loved it on PS3. Recently bought the re-release on PS4. We got the collector's edition. It's a great game. Great beat 'em up. 7th, did you buy Trails to Asia? Yes, I did. I haven't played it yet, but I did buy it. And yes, Trails of Reverie comes out this summer. I have it pre-ordered. Basically, any game in the Trails series that comes out, I purchase it. I purchase it on PlayStation. I don't purchase the Switch ones. And yes, I know one of their more recent releases, the Switch version is actually better. I didn't care. I bought it on PlayStation anyway. How often should you clean your PS5? You mean like open it up and clean it? That depends on your own personal hygiene, I would think. How dusty of a person are you? My friend really liked Deathloop, but I've heard some people knock it. But I also played like an hour of it, and it felt like more Dishonored. I wouldn't say that because it doesn't have as much of an environment to explore as Dishonored did. You know, some of the gameplay mechanics are similar, but the whole looping mechanic, so that they can make you replay variations of the same levels over and over again. Nah. Nah. I don't think Deathloop lived up to Dishonored 1 or 2. Are you looking forward to the Flash movie? Kind of yes, kind of no. There are some things that look great about it, but even before it came out that he was a weirdo creeper, I've just never liked Ezra Miller. I just don't like him. Thoughts on Borderlands 3? Excellent gameplay, excellent graphics, excellent movie. Shitty script, shitty characters, and that kind of makes it inferior to the other games in the series. I mean, the villains in that game are such bullshit. None of them can hold a candle to Handsome Jack. I tried Infernax and I couldn't get into it. I've been looking into the Bloodstained series, which looks to be based more on Castlevania 1 and 3 instead of 2 like Infernax. Infernax is really good. You just have to give it some time. It's very addicting once you get into it. Plus, Infernax has a hidden mode. If you choose to play it this way, it has a hidden mode where you can basically put it in Contra mode, and you're running around with a machine gun, and it basically breaks the whole game to where there's zero challenge to it, but it's fun. If you want to try playing it a little bit different. Warning, when you open up your PS5 to clean it, don't unplug the fan. The connector is really brittle and it snapped off. It cost me $300 to get it repaired due to nobody in Austin being able to fix it. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Seventh, do you recommend a 55 or a 65-inch TV for gaming? I use a 70-inch. That I eventually intend to replace. But historically, I don't buy a new TV until the existing one breaks. And this one is 5 years old, but it still works. You know, it doesn't have HDR. You know, it's a 4K LCD, but it's only 60 hertz with simulated 120. And, yeah, I'd like to upgrade to an 80-inch, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to wait until it breaks before I buy another TV. Do you think retro game prices will crash? They don't show any sign of crashing so far, and I mean, you know, a lot of the games in the retro market are available on either streaming platform or purchasing them digitally now. And of course, they're all available through emulation. But it's not showing any signs of slowing down, really. Not yet. I mean, there's a few expensive games that have dropped in price, but when you go to price check Little Samson and loose carts are now selling for $27.50, I don't know, man. Do you think Microsoft will end up with Activision Blizzard? I don't know. You know, they'd have to pull a lot of strings at this point to get that appeal to go through. I'm leaning towards the 65. Doubt I'll go for 70-inch, which is the next size. But I'm like you, using my old TV still till it rots. Yeah. I'll eventually upgrade to an OLED 120 hertz. I'm just not willing to shell out that kind of money until this TV breaks. No sense in doing it. until it breaks. No, I haven't picked up Jedi Survivor. I'm assuming 8th will buy it the next time he gets a paycheck, but he'll probably buy it on Steam. You know, 8th actually plays more on PC now than he does on console. He doesn't play on console as much. Console now is mostly PSVR 2 and exclusives. If it's a multi-plat that he really wants to play, he buys it on Steam instead. 8th really liked Far Cry 5. I barely played it. I'm just not a huge fan of the Far Cry series. I don't think SH2 will... What is SH2? I don't think SH2 will come down from like 150 to 200 because the new one is a remake, not a remaster. What is SH2? I paid the $300 because I had to send my PS5 to a group who did the microsolder work in California for fixing the ripped fan connection on the Mobo. You couldn't find anyone local in Austin to do that? Because I know a couple of console repair guys that are out here. When you do upgrade, make sure you get an old, I think you meant an OLED from LG. They make the best TVs for gaming. We'll see. Oh, Silent Hill. We have all of the original Silent Hill games. We got 1, 2, 3, and 4. I don't know what this remake is going to be. I don't really care. I've not been a fan of Bloober or whatever the hell they're called thus far. Oh, my neck hurts. I am experiencing neck pain. See, I sit like this all the time when I work. But when I work, I don't work in here anymore. You'll notice my laptop no longer sits here. I work out in the game room in my powered recliner. That's why most of my I didn't have all of my bonus for Retropalooza because I bought a bunch of other things that I needed, and then I bought me an 8th brand new powered recliners from Rooms to Go. And that's where I work during the day from 7:30 a.m. till 6 or 7 at night, depending on how much work there's left. I'm sitting in that recliner with a laptop. Is Beyond Good and Evil 2 eventually going to be canceled? I think it really has already been canceled. They're just not saying it. Because you haven't heard anything about it in a long time. The console repair guys I tried here in Austin only did HDMI connector replacements. I'd appreciate it if you shared who does it for the next time something happens. Okay? I don't remember the name, but, I've talked to a couple of guys that are in this area that say that they can repair anything, so I'll look them back up. What's your complete in-box retro game grail? I don't have one. Because with the exception of CD games where the manual, where the cover art is actually the manual, like PS1, Saturn, Dreamcast, etc., I don't care about having it complete in box. I don't care about having the manual. I just want the game, with the exception of CD-based games. If it's a CD-based game, I want the case. If it's a cartridge, don't care. You can't play cardboard. That's one of the things that I've said to Billy and Jay repeatedly, because I've seen them go out and spend like $50 to get a cardboard box for an NES game. And I'm like, why'd you do that? You could have bought more games with that $50. You can't play with that cardboard box. It just sits there. How much nostalgia could you really have? When you were a kid, you opened it up, you took the card out, you got that new game smell that these old boxes that you're rebuying won't have. and then you threw the box away. How much nostalgia is there really for those boxes? To each their own. They feel it's money well spent. That's fine. I just don't agree with it. You can't play cardboard. The only time in the history of gaming that you've been able to play cardboard was that Labo crap on the Switch. And we all know how well that went. So no, I don't care. I don't have a CIB Holy Grail because with the exception of CD games, I don't give a shit about CIB. Thoughts on Dragon Quest XI? It was excellent. Loved that game. 7th, what if Sega made a new console in this era? I highly doubt it. I highly doubt it. And they've always tried to prop themselves up with home versions of their arcade offerings, but it's not like Sega is just flooding the market with new arcade games these days. And third-party publishers are really not going to support them. So what would be on this system? They would have to rebuild so much of their infrastructure that they eliminated. I don't see it. I wonder what Blue Point are working on now. Blue Point are always sending out hints that can be interpreted as multiple things. Drives 8th nuts. Thoughts on It Takes Two? I don't play a whole lot of co-op, so I've never played it. 8th didn't want to play it, so 9 times out of 10, if I do play any co-op, it's with 8th, and he didn't have any interest in playing it, so I haven't played it. Have you liked all the RE remakes? 8th has liked them, but I will remind you that I'm not a survival horror guy. True 7th, I appreciate their plight. I respect your perspective. I mean, there are some people that they want to be able to display their collection so it looks like those games looked when they'd walk into KB Toys to pick out a game. That's really what it's about. They set up their game collection to look like you're walking into a rental store or a KB and the box is sitting there, where at a rental store you'd pick up the box, you'd take it up to the front, they'd give you the game, and then they'd go and put the box back on the shelf. That's what they're looking for. I don't have that level of nostalgia. My nostalgia is all about playing the game. So no. I mean, I have 419 NES cards. I only have one that's complete in box, and that's just because I lucked upon it, and I was like, oh, why the hell not? But I have no desire to, it doesn't make me feel all mushy because I have that box. I could not care less. I would buy a new game, I'd open it up, I'd take a good whiff of that new game smell, I'd take the card out. I had a little special plastic box that I kept all the manuals in. I'd put the manual in that box, I'd stick it under my bed, and then I'd toss the box in the trash. I didn't care about them then, and I don't care about them now. I'm debating getting black PS5 plates. I don't know that I want to invest money in plates because I'm wondering if the refit of the console is going to have a totally different form factor like they've had before, and then those plates are going to be useless. You've spent $70 on 2 pieces of plastic for a console that you're going to end up replacing with a better version of it. So why bother? I wasn't too keen on Resident Evil 8 versus these remakes, so I'd be fine with it. Well, like I said, I'm not a survival horror guy. It's not that they scare me or anything. I just have never really gotten into the gameplay loop of them. Were you ever a fan of AVGN? Yes. Not as much nowadays, but he was one of the things that got me into YouTube. It was him and El Presidor that got me into YouTube. And the way it worked is I was sitting out of work. I'd been laid off during the mortgage crisis in 2008. I wasn't working. I was under a lot of stress because, of course, I was under threat of having the house foreclosed and ended up being homeless. Me and my wife had split up. I had full custody of the kid. And, I went through a period where I didn't want to do anything but sit and watch videos on my laptop because I didn't have money to go do anything. And so one night I discovered El Presidor linked on this gaming website, and I clicked to watch his video, and over on the sidebar was one of AVGN's videos, and so I clicked on it, and it was the Bugs Bunny episode where he takes a shit on Bugs Bunny's face. And I started laughing, and it was the first time in several months that I'd laughed that hard. And so that night, I marathoned every El Presidor and AVGN video that had been made up until that point. And when I got to the point of El Presidor's library, where he started talking about, shitting on the Xbox 360 and talking about the Trey Brotherhood and all this stuff, I'm like, as soon as I get a job, I'm going to buy me a camcorder and I'm going to start doing this. Because I can do this just as well as they can. And that's what happened. That's what happened. Buying plastic or cardboard ain't 7th scene. Well, plastic's a different story because the cards are plastic. The CDs have plastic in them. I just don't care about cardboard boxes. The only exception is if I can get a complete in box Master System or Genesis game, then I'll buy it complete in box because those were plastic boxes. They look good to display them. Once Genesis switched from the nice plastic boxes to just cardboard, I stopped caring about boxes on Genesis. That's why most of my Genesis library is card only. It's a bit of a different story with Master System because I don't like the fact that they don't have the name of the game labeled on the top of the cart. You have to pull the cart out to look and see what it is. So I have very few cart only Master System games. Most of my Master System games are complete. But that's also why I have very few Master System games, because getting them complete is usually pricey. You're usually talking a minimum of $30 to $40 a piece. When do you think Sony will make a PS5 Slim? I think it's possible that something new will come out next year in 2024. I don't know if it'll be a Slim or a Pro. I don't know. But I think something's coming possibly next year. I kept all my GBA boxes, but my dad threw them all away, even though it was my responsibility to take care of them. Yeah, I know how that can be. I used to have an entire shelf, right? A 6-foot tall shelf that was like 5 feet wide, full of VHS tapes of me beating video games from the 80s and the 90s. It had me beating a whole ton of NES games, Genesis games, Sega CD, Sega Saturn, blah, blah, blah. When I got promoted and I moved out of my parents' house, I had packed up most of my stuff. I had a friend who was helping me move into my apartment. My dad went in there for a last-minute cleanup, and he took all of those VHS tapes and wrapped them up in a garbage bag and took them to the dump. If he hadn't done that, I would still have those VHS tapes today, and I could be doing videos like Tyler with my retro life. But no, Dad didn't think I needed them anymore, and he took them to the dumpster. he even threw away most of our home movies that day. And that's why I have next to no footage of him at all. I have like one little snippet where he bought my grandmother a dog. And it lasts maybe a few seconds. And then I've got a little bit of him on one of our vacation tapes from when I was 17. And that's all I've got. That and some old photos. Because he threw the rest of them away. So many gems. The Ninja Gaiden ones, Castlevania Tribute, were great too. Yeah, he has a lot of good videos, but once he started working with Screenwave, his channel went downhill hard. He's put out a couple of good ones since then, but most of the stuff that he's put out since he started working with Screenwave. And I have friends, I've made friends with some people at Screenwave, so, I don't say that lightly. But it's just true. Do you remember the Crapcom and Cap God eras? And are we in Cap God 2.0? I don't know what you're talking about, Clean Frame. Thoughts on the Nintendo hacker that has to pay Nintendo $10 million? Well, you F around, you find out. If you want to laugh, watch Quantrell Bishop's BO4 uploads. I think he did 5 of them. They're actually funny, unlike his streams. Yeah, El Presidor has gotten more and more mentally unhinged as the years have gone by. I still get a laugh out of him, but not as much as I did back during the Trey Brotherhood days. I hope PS5 Pro has a disk drive. It's looking like it won't, but I'm old school. I prefer. Well, like I said, if it doesn't, then that's probably what the whole external drive rumor is about. So when you get access to a time machine, you are applying for a job at the dump to intercept the video game library. No. If I get a time machine, I'm going back to 17-year-old me who was working part-time at Farmore, and I'm going to say, you can buy these games later. Stop buying them now. Stop buying comic books. And in a couple of years, there's going to be this company called Amazon. Buy a bunch of stock in Amazon. That's what I'll do with a time machine. I'm going to be honest with you, Chris. I feel like shit most of the time, even with all the weight that I've lost. I'm constantly in pain, and I'm constantly exhausted. I don't have a lot of get up and go anymore. And, if I could afford to do anything, it would be to retire early. I'm never going to be able to retire anyway because of the way the economy is, and chances are I won't live to reach retirement age anyway. But if I could do anything, I would retire right now. But I can't. The earliest I could possibly retire would be once 8th is well into his career and he's making close to what I'm making now. Then I could, try to get on disability and retire, and I'd be making somewhere around $2,500 a month off of Social Security. And that would be enough for, him to take over paying for the house. And all I'd have to do is pay for medicine and shit, and then I could just sit and enjoy what's left of my life before I die. But it don't work that way. So, here's what it is. Switch sales are catching up to my favorite console, PS2. Will it pass it? That depends on when they decide to replace it. Thoughts on Rockstar currently? Never have given a shit about Rockstar, and I still don't. I'm not a fan of Grand Theft Auto. There's not a single game that they've put out that I've ever really cared much for. I just don't get into them. They could go out of business tomorrow and I wouldn't shed a single tear. Wouldn't give a shit. Did Nintendo go too far with punishing the hacker? Maybe, because I doubt very seriously he made $10 million off of what he was doing. But, is what it is. Like I said, F around, find out. What would 17-year-old 7th say to you going back to the past to say that? Probably, F you, old man. You're not my dad. That's probably what he'd say. The eras of Capcom. There was a time when they made games, and now they could be in a second run of great games. Do you think that's true? Well, they've certainly had more hits than misses over the last few years. They really started to rebound after the shit show that was Street Fighter V. So, there's hope there. There's hope there. That being said, they're not exactly being diverse in what they're offering, Pretty much all they've really been doing is just a little bit of Mega Man and a whole lot of Street Fighter and Resident Evil. They have such a great catalog of stuff they could be... and Devil May Cry 5. They have such a great catalog of stuff they could be drawing from, but right now they're playing it safe. And I mean, they're playing it safe in a successful way. They've been putting out good stuff, but there's other franchises that they have that I'd like to see them bring back. I would love to see them rekindle their partnership with Disney and put out some new Disney platformers and stuff. Because there are no Disney games out there that are better than the Capcom games, aside from, I guess, Kingdom Hearts, which barely counts. I'm hoping one day we get a new Mega Man X. Did you finish God of War Ragnarok? You know what? I haven't actually played God of War Ragnarok yet. I have been too busy. It came out, and whenever there's a big game that me and 8th both want to play, 8th gets first crack at it. And so 8th beat it, and I was in full working to get him what he wanted for Christmas mode. And so I didn't play it then. And then the new year rolled around, and I had a little bit of time to play games. But by that time, newer stuff was coming out. And so, I was playing them. I still haven't come back around to it yet. That's why I keep saying my backlog is just ungodly. Aladdin was a great game on Genesis, but it wasn't made by Capcom. It was made by Virgin. I'm talking about stuff like Castle of Illusion, World of Illusion, DuckTales, Rescue Rangers, that kind of thing. 17-year-old 7th was actually kind of nice. I remember you playing guitar, and I was super impressed, and I thought, wow, you should go to the guitar store and show off in front of the new players. I was never that good. You were just easily impressed. I've never been super great at soloing, for example, because I was a punk rock kid, and you don't, with the exception of no effects and no use for a name and stuff like that, soloing has never really been required that much in punk rock. And so I was never really inclined to keep going to my guitar classes, my guitar instructor, to get better at soloing. I can do some soloing, but I'm nowhere near the level of, some of my friends who started learning guitar at the same time I did, but they were listening to, metal where I was listening to punk. So... Chris, that does not sound like something I would have said. And plus, like I said, I've never been that good. regularly I could go to the Guitar Center and there'd be some guy that was smoking anything that I could do. I think you might be thinking of somebody else there. I never said that. Why did arena shooters die off? I never liked arena shooters, so I don't care. Ever since then, I knew you were good. I think you've got me confused, man. I don't remember saying that. Because that would have been quite an arrogant thing for me to say, considering, at any given moment I could walk into a Guitar Center or whatnot, and I'd be the least talented guitar player in the room. I'm a punk rock player. I could do some soloing stuff. I can do the hammering on and all that stuff. But more advanced Mixolydian scales and arpeggios and all that stuff, I've never got good at it because I got in a car wreck in 95 and it messed up my left hand real bad. And so my left hand is never quite in sync well enough with my right hand to be able to get the timing of it right. And I lost a lot of the muscle dexterity in this hand anyway. And again, solos weren't a big thing in punk rock, and I was all about punk rock. I can chord all day, and I can write good songs. But being a soloist, and doing some blazing Eddie Van Halen type stuff, that's never been me. So you might be thinking of some other guy that you were friends with who was great on guitar, because I'm just average at best. Did you ever already touch on Xbox failing to buy Activision? Yeah, I already kind of discussed that. Yeah, Aladdin on SNES and Genesis were totally different because they were made by two different development studios. No, I have not seen the Mario movie. Thoughts on the Simpsons game? Oh, the beat 'em up, the 3D beat 'em up from like 2008. It was okay. I didn't think it was mind blowing. Honestly, I had more fun with the arcade game from the 90s. Thoughts on Doom Eternal? I don't think Doom Eternal was as good as Doom 2016. Doom Eternal was way more formulaic. You'd run around and look for stuff. Then you'd get into a big, wide open, round space. There'd be some bad guys. You'd kill them. Then you'd move to another corridor. You'd find some stuff. Then you'd move into the next big, wide open space. You'd have to kill everything in there before you could move forward, repeat. I think Doom 2016 was way less formulaic than Doom Eternal was. It's just my opinion. $10 from Legendary. $10 Canadian. Thank you. Appreciate it. 7th, if you haven't already, I highly recommend you play Bramble the Mountain King. If you like Little Nightmares, you might like this 2023's hidden gem. Bramble the Mountain King. Haven't heard of it, but I'll look into it. Thank you. Appreciate the $10. If anybody else is in the mindset to send some Retropalooza money my way, friendly reminder, and this isn't a knock on you, Legendary. Some people don't have access to do anything more than the using the gray button with the $sign on it. But when you donate using the gray button with the $sign on it, YouTube keeps 30% of it, and you don't get that money until your account reaches at least $100 in the account. Chris donated $100 through Streamlabs, so that's not going. So your $10 is going to sit in there until $90 more gets put in there, and even then, YouTube will keep 30% of it, and I'll end up with $70 of that $100. So, if for anyone else who wants to donate, if you want to make sure that I'm getting most of the money that you want me to have, use the Streamlabs link, which is streamlabs.com/7th-level-reviews. But I appreciate you, Legendary. I know some people can't use Streamlabs. That's cool. It's a thought that counts, brother. You see that Phil Spencer interview? Yes, we've talked about that already. Pays to get here early, I am the gamer. Or you could be like the majority of the people that watch the 7th Cast and not show up live and watch the replay. Boy, y'all'd be screwed if I stopped keeping the replay saved. By the way, that's part of what killed the algorithm on my channel, and my channel died. Was allowing people to rewatch the 7thCast instead of showing up to watch it live. That's what killed my channel. I just care too much. Finally, someone else agrees on Doom Eternal with me. That's just the way I feel about it. It's just the way I feel. Oh! I mean, if you don't believe me about the guitar thing and that I'm not this fantastic guitar god, feel free to listen to my newest track that I did last year. I covered Billy's Christmas Robotica song. So, you can go on SoundCloud and search for Christmas Robotica, and you'll get a link to my cover of his song. And you can judge my guitar work on it. Spoiler alert, the solo sucks because I suck at soloing. Great at chording, suck at soloing. I'm just saying. I really think you've got me confused with somebody else on that one, Chris. Is Doom 2016 your favorite Doom game? No, Doom is my favorite Doom game. I still prefer the old one because I'm a crusty old bastard. I'm set in my ways. I don't like the new stuff because new stuff don't play like the old stuff. You ever get into the Half-Life series? Not at all. Thoughts on the Journey game? It was okay for that kind of artsy-fartsy stuff. Beautiful looking game. Wasn't that much to it in the way of gameplay. Or story, for that matter. Keep the questions coming, folks. We got another hour and 10 minutes, thanks to Chris. One thing Chris didn't witness, he's talking about, I knew 7th was a good guy then. One thing Chris didn't witness was the time that we had one of our BBS dinners, which we had a BBS dinner and a BBS breakfast. BBS dinner was usually at an Italian place called Portofino's over in East Ridge. And the breakfasts were done at Old Country Buffet. Well, one time, for some reason, they did the dinner at Old Country Buffet too. And we went there for dinner, for the BBS dinner. And so I'm sitting there with all these other sysops, and we're talking and whatnot. And the waitress ain't bringing me my drink. And I'm giving me a refill. And I'm like, waitress, need a refill? She's like, I got you. No refill. Waitress, did you forget me? Refill. I got you. No refill. After 3 times of asking this woman to refill my drink, I was like, I've had all I could stand, and I can't stand no more. And I stood up, and I walked over to the soda dispenser, and I stuck my head under it, Encino Man style, and I was like, "Where's the juice?" And I just started drinking Coke right out of the machine. And I got thrown out. I got thrown out of the Old Country Buffet. Chris wasn't there to witness that great 7th moment. I was known for doing that kind of thing. Shocker, right? I never did anything crazy at Portofino's, though, because Portofino's was owned by the family of this girl that I'd been friends with for years. who had also coincidentally had me in the friend zone for several years. And so I wasn't going to do anything to piss them off because it would piss her off. I do have a regret in regards to that restaurant. This is something I've never talked about. In 1995, when I turned 21, me and this girl that I'm talking about, who I have not talked to since 1997, by the way, decided we were going to go to Nashville for the weekend for my birthday, because we'd never gone on a big long road trip like that before. And we went to Nashville. We got a hotel room, separate beds, and we spent the whole time having fun. Although I ended up catching the flu while I was there, so I started to get sick while we were there. I was getting a scratchy, sore throat. And the second day we were there, the day that we were supposed to drive back home, we had just gone to the Parthenon, and we were going to go back to the car, and we happened to walk past some kind of a thrift store boutique thing. And it had all of this kind of hippie graffiti painted all over it. And she was like, oh, I want to go in there. Because she was a very artistic, artsy person. You wouldn't know it to look at her. She dressed like a punk rocker. She had, cycle jacket and, that kind of thing. Her favorite ring had an eyeball on it. That kind of girl. But she was also studying art in college at the time. Well, we go in here. And they have this thing that was called the Mystic Salon. And it was basically you would lay in this recliner, and they'd put these goggles on you, and you were supposed to close your eyes, and they'd put these headphones on you, and it would blast sound effects into your ears while through your closed eyes, they were flashing various different lights. So it had this kind of you know how after you stare at a light for so long, you can close your eyes and the general shape of what you were looking at is there in your closed eyes? Well, this gave the effect of your eyes are closed, but it looks like a tie-dye t-shirt come to life moving around under your eyelids. It's a very trippy, psychedelic thing. So it was like a mechanical acid trip type of deal. She really wanted to do it. And what I was not aware of at the time, even though I'd known her for years, she had hidden it from me, she had a history of seizures. She signs a waiver. She gets into it. I get into mine. I'm enjoying my fake trip. Mine's finished. I take the headset off, and she is in the bathroom throwing up. I help her to her feet, and as we're walking out of the place, I'm like, I'm going to get you home. She tells me I have a history of seizures. I'm like, okay. We're about halfway to the car. She tells me, I'm going to throw up again. I need to find a bathroom. There's a skateboard shop to our left. I take her in the skateboard shop. She starts hallucinating. She thinks I'm her boyfriend. And she goes into the bathroom to throw up again. So I'm standing over with her hair, pulling her hair back so she doesn't puke in her hair. And, she keeps calling me by her boyfriend's name and whatnot. And I'm kind of freaking out because we're, 3 hours drive from home. And when she gets done throwing up, she's just laying there in front of the toilet singing to Chris, her boyfriend Chris, into the toilet bowl. And the owner is like, all right, you guys have been in there almost an hour. You need to get out, because he thinks she's drunk. And so I get my hands up under her, and I'm like, okay, honey, we got to go. And I lift her up to her feet, and the minute she got to her feet, she seized. She had a seizure. I had some first aid training. I'd had background with people that suffer from seizures because my aunt was epileptic. I'd seen, what needed to be done. I immediately dropped down on the floor. I put something behind her head so she wouldn't be slamming her head against the concrete. And she started gnashing her teeth. I was afraid she was going to swallow her tongue. So I shoved my knuckle in between her teeth to hold them steady. And I went in there and I scooped her tongue out to make sure that she wasn't going to swallow her tongue. Because she wasn't breathing very well while all this was going on. She was foaming at the mouth and stuff. And I yelled out of the bathroom, "She's having a seizure, call 911. So, I just sat there on the floor, holding her head and keeping my knuckle jammed between her teeth. She she bit into it pretty good. I still have very faint scars around this finger. They come and get her. I follow to the hospital because what else could I do? And I'm sitting in the instead of taking me to the waiting room, they take me into the room where they're working on her, and they sit me down in a chair. And they immediately start. They strap her down because of how bad she's seizing, and they start cutting her clothes off, and they rip all of her clothes off. So my friend, who is also someone that I've had a thing for since 11th grade, is lying there naked in front of me. But, I'm convinced that she's dying in front of me. And I'm freaking out. And one of the nurses notices that I'm sitting there just beside myself. And they're like, "Come on, we need to get you out of here." So they take me out and they take me to the office where they want me to try to find out what her medical coverage is and all this stuff. So I'm sitting here going through her purse, feeling like an asshole because I'm going through her purse. And turns out she doesn't have any medical coverage except through her father, who her father lives in Atlanta because her parents are divorced. And, they asked me what my relationship to her is. Is she family? And I'm like, this was for my birthday. And that's all I could bring myself to say. And eventually, we get in contact with her mom and her dad and my parents. And so her mom from home, her dad from Atlanta, my parents from home, and her boyfriend Chris all show up 3 or 4 hours later. And I've caught the flu. And so all of us end up sitting in the ICU for several days, living in the ICU waiting room, sleeping on the floor. They can't get her to stop seizing, so they end up putting her into a medically induced coma. Eventually, her family tells me, you can't stay here anymore. You and your parents have to go home. This is asking too much of you. We'll keep you abreast of what's going on with her. Meanwhile, it turns out that her boyfriend was actually her ex-boyfriend. They had broken up and she hadn't told me. And he takes me aside and he's like, "Look," he's like, "I can tell that you have a thing for her. And you're going to have to either be honest with it or you're going to have to get over it, because either way you're going to end up getting hurt." And that was the last time I ever spoke to him. But I went into where she was in a coma, and I talked to her for a while because I'd been told that people can hear you when they're in a coma. And I wrote her a little note for when she eventually woke up. And, I kissed her goodbye. It's the only time that I've ever kissed her on the lips in my entire life. And we drove home. A few weeks later, and I mean weeks, she was gone a long time. A few weeks later, she calls me up. She's woke up. And her parents have told them what I did for her in that bathroom. And, "Oh, I love you so much. Oh, I love you so much, blah, blah, blah." And I'm one side of me is thinking, "Oh, this is Florence Nightingale, syndrome. She's just overwhelmed emotionally with what I did for her." And the other side of me was like, "Finally," But she was there for a couple of more weeks. We talk every night on the phone. She finally comes home. I go to see her, wraps her arms around me. Oh, I love you so much. I love you so much. Kisses me on the neck. We never got together. Like I said, it was Florence Nightingale syndrome. She was just emotionally overwhelmed with the fact that she didn't die because of me. Well, not long after that happened, one day I went to that Italian restaurant to get something to eat because I was out there in that area. And the girl that I was dating at the time, remember, I was not dating this other girl, but the girl I was dating at the time lived in East Ridge. And so I was out in that area to see her, and I decided that I wanted something to eat. So I went into the restaurant that her family owned. The lady that ran the restaurant, she recognized me, and she was like, "Oh, you don't have to pay. We appreciate what you did for this girl." And there's like, "We love you. You don't have to pay. You know, your money's no good here." I was like, "Oh, thank you." And flash forward to a couple of years, and I was out of work, and I was in that area. I'd actually been filling out job applications, and I hadn't eaten since the prior day. I mean, there was food at my parents' house, but I was trying to conserve because at the time my dad had taken early retirement. He was working as a security guard, and he wasn't pulling in jack shit, and I was being a financial burden to them because here I was, a 22-year-old man living in the house, and I didn't have a job. And so I was starving. I was filling out these applications. I wasn't actually finding a job. I was frustrated. And I remembered that lady, "We love you so much for what you did. Your money's no good here." And so I went to Portofino's. And, the lady was there. She recognized me. I ordered a meal. I sat down and ate it. And I got up to leave. And she was like, "You don't forget to pay." And I turned around. I was like, "Sorry, I thought, the last time I was here, you said..." She was like, "Oh, I see. That's fine. But don't come back here again." As it turns out, she didn't speak very good English because she was Greek. As it turns out, she only meant it that one time. So when she said, "Your money's no good here," she meant it just for that one time, not from then on, which is how I understood it, the way she worded it. And I felt horrible because she thought I had tried to take advantage of her and her kindness. And I've kind of carried that around with me for years, that, I somehow accidentally stole from them. And so eventually I'm going to, if that restaurant is even still open, I know that lady's probably passed away by now. She was on up there in age. But eventually I'm going to write a letter explaining myself, and I'm going to put a $20 bill in there, and I'm going to send it to that restaurant. Just so my conscience is clear on that. As for what happened with the girl, she ended up leaving and moving to Atlanta, and she ended up marrying a nice guy and having a couple of kids. But I haven't talked to her since 1997. Anyway, incredible tangent that I went on there. So let me get caught up. Thoughts on Braid? Didn't like it. Did you play Astrobot? I think so. It wasn't an exact quote from you. The point was that you were concerned about encouraging new players and not wanting to show off as a means to impress. Your concern for others always stuck with me. I don't remember that conversation. I'll have to take your word for it, Chris. Thoughts on... I never had a high opinion of my own ability as a guitar player. That's the thing. So I wouldn't... I struggle to wonder why I would be concerned about anyone being shown up by my meager skills at that time. But if you say I said it, I said it. Thoughts on Portal 2? Never been big on puzzle games. Were you ever a fan of G4 past or present? I used to like X-Play and I used to like Attack of the Show. Certainly not present. This was back in the day. On the Sonic, thoughts on the Sonic 2 movie? I liked Sonic 1 and 2. I thought they were fun. What is a food you ate once and will never eat again? Sushi. I hate it. Love sushi. I can't stand it. And the one time I did eat it was with that same girl we were talking about. She was always about trying to get me to try new things. And she took me to a sushi place once and I hated it. I was like, it's good. It's good. Funny thing is, the girl that I was dating, the one that lived in East Ridge, the other girl, Seizure Girl, she did not approve of that girl. They met each other once when we all went out to Waffle House together, and she did not like her at all. She was like, "You are wasting your time with that girl. You are too good for that girl." And I'm like, "I'm too good for her, not good enough for you. What the fuck?" I was a young kid. I was stupid. I didn't know anything. All I knew was girl A doesn't want to sleep with me. Girl B does want to sleep with me. That's all I knew. That's all I knew. But yeah, I cared a lot about her, and part of the problem is that we were kind of best friends, and in a way, I was kind of like her gay best friend that wasn't gay. It's like I filled that slot in her life to the point where her boyfriends would complain because she'd spend more time with me than she did with the guys she was dating. But she wouldn't date me. It was a very strange situation, and I was too inexperienced at that time in dating and the mindset of women in general and whatnot to really understand it. And, it eventually pushed the two of us apart because I didn't understand it and I couldn't accept it. And I wasn't willing to just sit and be in the friend zone for year after year after year. And it started to cause friction between the two of us. And to the point where at one point she sat me down and she said, I would be the luckiest woman on earth if you actually did it for me. And that's pretty much where things ended. And I don't blame her. You either like someone that way or you don't. Very, very rare occurrence where someone comes to like you that way. It's usually a pretty instant thing. Either they're attracted to you in a romantic way or they won't ever be. And in her particular case, it was a won't ever be. It is what it is. And, there's been a couple of times where, I've attempted to reach out to her and kind of apologize for how things went and ended between the two of us. And, after the second attempt and getting no response from her, I was like, I've said my piece. I've made my peace with it. That's it. And I haven't attempted to reach out to her since then. She's moved on with her life. She has a good life. Why would you want to hear from some almost 50-year-old man that she, hung around with in the 90s, My actual ex-wife hated her guts and had never met her. Why did she hate her guts? Because I'm a person that, I'm not a hoarder, but sometimes I forget to throw things away. And when she moved into my apartment, one day while I was at work, she went through all of my stuff. That was the minute she had the apartment to herself, her first inclination was to go through all of my things. Because she wanted to make sure that she was the only one I was with, right? So she's going through my closet, and there was an old box of letters that she had sent, that the seizure girl had sent me over the years, that was sitting in the back of my closet. I had forgotten about it. She opens it up and reads through all of these. And when I come home, she has thrown away every picture that I had, every letter that she had written, videotapes of her and I hanging out, and all this other stuff. And not just that, but old photos and stuff of pretty much every girl that I dated from the time I first entered the dating scene up to meeting her. She had thrown it all out in the dumpster. That should have been a clue. Should have been a clue. But I wanted my old man to have a grandson. I had decided, this is it. I'm done being a man whore. I'm not going to play this game anymore. I'm going to find someone that I can live with, settle down, have a kid so my dad can be a grandfather before he dies. And so I married her. And we had 8. And then it all went to shit. But my dad got to spend a year with his grandson. Back in the 90s when you could have seizures in random Nashville skate shops without having police called on. Yeah. It was never meant to be. Couldn't be your video game partner for life because of flashing lights. Well, she played video games. She had both a PS1 and a Saturn. She only liked fighting games, though. She only liked fighting games. She was really big into... She didn't like the same kind of music as me, either. She was really into Red Hot Chili Peppers, which I've never been a big fan of. She hated Descendants. That's another thing that would have definitely meant we never were going to hook up, because she hated the Descendants. She thought they were trash. She liked Red Hot Chili Peppers. One time she told me I'd give anything just to lick the sweat off of Anthony Kiedis' back. Yeah. One time we went to it was celebrating my birthday again, because she wanted to make up for what happened in Nashville, and she took me to a restaurant. She wanted to see what I was like drunk, and so I drank half a dozen Four Horsemen at the bar. We had dinner, and then we were going to go see a movie, and so I was not like drop down drunk, but I was well buzzed. We go sit down in the movie theater. She sees a guy that she likes down in like the 3rd or 4th row. She says, "I'm going to go talk to that guy and try to get his phone number." And I looked at her. I was like, okay. And that's what she did. She walked down, sat down next to him, introduced herself, and got his phone number while we were there celebrating for my birthday. Yeah. Because I was the good friend. I was the guy with the sarcastic Seinfeld-like sense of humor. That's how she would introduce me to her friends. He has the craziest sense of humor, and he's so sarcastic, and he has this Seinfeld-like intelligence and wit. She'd give this same little speech anytime she'd introduce me, and I think part of it was because she wanted to make sure that people understood that we were not dating, even though we hung out together all the time. I tell you, it's one of the most weird, fucked up relationships I've ever been in my life. And it's part of what drove me to being a man whore once I moved to Florida. Because I moved to Florida the year after she moved to Atlanta. And I got to Atlanta, and I got to Florida, I'm like, man, there is strange ass everywhere. And I'm not going through that again. I'm just going to get mine. And that's what I did for 2 solid years. Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. Go out to the club the next night, pick up another one. For 2 years. I'm lucky I didn't catch the HIV. Anyway. Again, I don't blame her for any of it. It just is what it is. Sometimes people change as their friends. And they start to have different outlooks and different goals on life, and their personalities slowly become incompatible. And that's basically what happened with us. But also because, after as long as we had been friends and as long as we had hung out together and whatnot, I'd gotten to the point where I wasn't willing to be her backup relationship. I wasn't willing to be the one that she had come crying to when the guy she was dating fucked around on her or whatever. And separate ways. Let's see here. This is a horrible story, but riveting. You can tell this is a good story because the chat's gone silent. My daughter's life, it wasn't her daughter, it was her aunt. It's still open. Don't do it. Don't try to explain yourself with a letter. Don't just donate to them to clear your conscience. I might do that. I might just write them a letter, put a $20 bill. Well, not write a letter, but just fill out an envelope, put $20 in it, send it. And maybe just for services rendered 1996. Although I doubt there's anyone working there now that will remember it. Thoughts on John Cena's career? I haven't cared about wrestling in a long time, so I don't have a whole lot of thought about it. Do you like real-time strategy games? Certain games. More of the Final Fantasy Tactics style stuff than, say, Command and Conquer type stuff. Do you remember a game called Rainbow Moon? Yeah, I have Rainbow Moon. I have its sequel, too. What about Korean barbecue? You must like that. I have enjoyed Korean barbecue a couple of times. I've never been to Waffle House, but I hear it's a very friendly place. Well, depends on the Waffle House, really, and the time of day that you're there. 3 a.m. Waffle House in certain parts of Chattanooga can get pretty rough. And, you know, if you want to get into a new subgenre on YouTube, just look up Waffle House fights. You'll find some really interesting stuff. Thoughts on Mafia Definitive Edition? Didn't think much of it because it was still at 30 frames per second on PS4, and as far as I know, they haven't patched it for PS5. Would you agree that mayonnaise is disgusting and it clouds the taste of burgers, sandwiches? I would not agree. It's a matter of how much mayonnaise you put on it. Yeah, you scoop up a big wad of it, then all you're going to taste is mayonnaise. You got to lay it on thin and lean to where it complements the flavor instead of drowning out the flavor. Seizure Girl. Well, you know, it's either... That's the only thing that I can say. You know, I'm not going to, like, give her actual name out for crying out loud. You wouldn't be able to understand it really anyway because she was Greek. So she had one of those Greek multi-syllable names, you know? She didn't have an accent or anything. She was born in the States, and she hadn't picked up the Greek accent from her parents or what. Well, from her father. Her mother wasn't Greek. But when she... Not so much, you know, I don't know what she looks like now. But when I knew her, she looked like Sandra Bullock looked like in Demolition Man with maybe 20 more pounds on her. She weighed about $130. So, you know, she was a slightly more voluptuous Sandra Bullock, is what she looked like. She was cute. Meanwhile, the girl that I was seeing at the time in East Ridge, she was more of a teen, you know, not teenager, but younger Michelle Pfeiffer look. She was shorter than Seizure Girl, and she had blonde hair, and she looked kind of like a young Michelle Pfeiffer. And the two of them did not like each other at all. In fact, Seizure Girl is the reason that I broke up with Michelle Pfeiffer Girl, because when I got back from Nashville and Seizure Girl was still in a coma, I went over to Michelle Pfeiffer girl's house, and she could tell that I was really tore up about all this. And she's like, "For her? The one that's kept you at bay all this time. You're like this for her?" And we broke up that night. It's a lot. This is the most melodrama you're ever going to get out of me, man. This was my darkest dating experience. It was messed up. Farb. One time I fit the same role of the non-gay best friend for Valentine's Day. She gave me a picture of her to hang on my wall, and then when I asked her out, she shot me down. Oh, that's rough. That's rough. That's more in the line of she was playing with you, man. That's harsh. Did you profit from this friendship? We had fun together. We never slept together. We never hooked up. If that's what you meant by profit. But we had a lot of fun times together. I don't regret the friendship that I had with her because we had a lot of fun. We had a lot of fun times together. It is what it is. I have good memories from that time of my life. I have bad ones. No different than anybody else in that regard. You take the good, you take the bad, you take them both, and that's the end of my story. Thoughts on the Texas mini mall shooting? I haven't read up on it. The only shooting that I know about recently was the guy that shot his neighbors. That's the only one that I've read up on. I haven't heard about this mini mall shooting. The South has some dirty lads. She wasn't dirty. She just knew what she wanted, and on a romantic level, I wasn't it. Hi, Zap. How's it going? If you were a Seinfeld character back in those days, who would have you been? Who would you have been? I don't know. I haven't watched Seinfeld in a long time. I mean, she was always comparing me, sense of humor wise, to Jerry. I don't know. I don't think she called that one right anyway. If anything, my sense of humor was closer to George Carlin, but I don't think she even knew who George Carlin was. Not at that time, anyway. I knew who he was. I had all of his albums up to that point on CD in my car. Yard sale debacle restitution from your ex would be nice. That'll never happen. She don't have any money. She never finished high school, and she has an arrest record on her from stealing from the go-backs at a retail store that she worked at. And so, it's very hard for her to get work. She mostly relies on the guy she's married to now to sustain her. So, that's never going to happen. In fact, I haven't even heard from her in over a year. Neither is 8th. And he don't care. He's perfectly happy with never hearing from her again. I wouldn't mind getting that Ogre Tactics remake. I have it. It's very, very good. Has anyone cussed you out in another language? I don't think so. I don't have a memory of that ever occurring, no. I'm not sure what Final Fantasy Tactics is like. It's like Ogre Tactics. It's a clone of Ogre Tactics, for the most part. Would you want to go to space someday to see what it's like? Not especially. There's too much opportunity for catastrophic death. I have a wild streak, but it ain't that wild. Would you, let's see, any Texas Chainsaw Massacre movies you'd recommend? I've seen the original and the remake from 2003. My personal favorite is Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2, the one with Chop Top in it. That's my favorite one. I love the sense of humor. Carolyn Williams is great in it as Stretch. I've met her in person. She's cool. So that would be my recommendation. Is if you've never seen Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2, it's basically a horror comedy like Evil Dead is. It's batshit insane, and you should go watch it. Did you pick up Monster Boy a while back when it came to PSN? I have a Monster Boy game, but there's now been multiple Monster Boy games released on PSN, so kind of depend on the one you're talking about. I haven't bought them all. Have you checked out Octopath 2? Yes, I have it. It's good. Would you consider yourself a Florida man? As in, like, Florida man falls off roof, gets ate by alligator. No. Because I wasn't born in Florida. I moved to Florida. I mean, as far as my demeanor and my personality and the core beliefs that I have, I'm closer to Texas than I am Florida, because the mindset of Texans is very similar to the mindset of Tennesseans, which is what I am. I am from Tennessee. And, volunteer state, Lone Star state, very similar. I mean, for crying out loud. One of my childhood heroes, Davy Crockett, born in Tennessee, died in Texas. I really don't feel like I would ever want to live anywhere in Texas aside from Florida. But the thing of it is, Florida is getting to be a very difficult place to live because of how expensive insurance is on homes there. The home insurance market in Florida is in complete turmoil, and it's become a racket because now Florida requires you to have both homeowners insurance and flood insurance after Hurricane Ian, or whichever one it was. Meanwhile, the insurance companies are in cahoots with the companies that do roof repair when the hurricane blows your house's roof off. So now it costs $100,000 to replace the roof of your house, when your house only cost you $350,000 when you bought it. And so there's a lot of people that their house gets destroyed in the hurricane, and the insurance company is not willing to pay out the total amount for repairs. They're barely giving you enough to cover the repair of the roof because they're in cahoots with those repair companies. And so some people are just abandoning their house and leaving the state. So, I think it would be cool to live in Florida again. I'd love to live back in the area that, I'm not going to say where it is, but the general area where Solid Rev lives. He lives in the same area that I lived in Florida for years. It's a nice, cool, quiet place. But I don't think I could afford the insurance on it. It's not a coastal town. It's more inland. But I don't think I could afford the insurance on it. I could afford the mortgage payment, but I wouldn't be able to afford the insurance payments. Probably the most affordable thing for me would be to go back to Tennessee, but there's nothing in Tennessee. I have family that still live there, and they keep me abreast of the newest things going on there. The only fun place to live in Tennessee is Pigeon Forge, because that's where Dollywood and Gatlinburg are. But there's no job market in Pigeon Forge or Gatlinburg. It's all farmland and tourist attraction. Not that I would need there to be, because I work from home. I can live in any state that I want to and be able to perform the job that I do. But it might be a different story for 8th. If I was to say, we're moving to Gatlinburg, and then I moved him out there, where would the nearest college be? Would he be able to get a decent job or just settle for Walmart, But I bet you I could get a nice size house I bet you I could get a nice size house out there in Pigeon Forge, Sevierville, around in there. I'd probably get a lot more square footage than what I could get for the same amount of money here in Texas. Now, where Texas gets you isn't with the insurance. Where Texas gets you is with the property tax. Property tax in Texas is ridiculous. But I might, maybe when I'm ready to buy a house, I rent this house. I don't own it. I've been renting it for going on 6 years. I could probably get a really decent, affordable, nice-sized house out where my buddy Brian lives. He lives about an hour northwest of me. And, I mean, there's not a whole lot out there, but the houses are very affordable compared to Austin. So, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Let's see here. What was the one thing Max Payne 2 did amazing that 3 couldn't do? It was the vibe, mainly. Max Payne 3 did not feel like the first 2 games. The first 2 games had a dark, noir, almost horror vibe to them. Max Payne 3 didn't have any of that. Max Payne 3 just felt like a generic mafia-based third-person shooter that had bullet time. They got the gameplay right. They got the vibe of it wrong. No, I didn't get the Pixel Collection. Every now and again, J-Chip, AVGN puts out an episode I like, but it's fewer and far between these days. It is, you're 100% right. My dad lives there. Do all your exes live in Texas? None of my exes live in Texas. I'm happy to say that my ex-wife lives over 1,000 miles away from me. What part of Florida do you like? Not coastal. If I was going to move to Florida, I'd want to live either like in the outer suburbs of Jacksonville, like around the Green Cove Springs area, somewhere around in there, or I'd want to live where in the same general area that Solid Rev lives, which I'm not going to divulge. You can open the Retro Game Museum as a tourist trap in Gatlinburg. Well, there is a Retro Game Museum up around Dallas area, up in up Dallas way. Never been to it though. Probably because I own a lot, not all of, but I own a lot of the stuff that's in there. Have you ever had an experience where at the time you were fine, but in retrospective later on it weirded you out? Well, that time I saw a bunch of ghosts. I was a little bit spooked at the time, but then after I sat down and thought about what happened, it weirded me out. Genesis does what Nintendo don't. Those were the days. I don't remember a comedic parody section of Max Payne 3, but maybe. The Doom AVGN wasn't bad, but the Earthworm Jim one left a little bit to be desired. Yeah. There wasn't as much material there with Earthworm Jim because it's already kind of... He has a harder time with games that he likes on a certain level as opposed to games that he can't stand. Is there a content creator that you think has the worst gaming takes? Oh, there's several. Mooch, Colt Eastwood, Crap Gamer, JTech TV. The list goes on and on. The list goes on and on. We have 40 minutes left. 40 minutes. I like the Contra episode he did. Yeah, Contra episode was good. It was alright. I mean, my favorites still remain the old ones. Like, I liked the one where he was fighting Rob the Robot, and of course the Bugs Bunny one. I liked the Friday the 13th and the Freddy one he did. Mostly the really older stuff. I like those best. Do you still have PS Plus? Yes. Have you ever gotten a fun free game from it? Yes. Most of the time these days, though, the free games are stuff I already have. One thing, it's no offense. I've met James Rolfe. I've met Mike Matei. I had dinner with Mike Matei because at the time I was a member of Screenwave, and at Retropalooza, Screenwave invited us all out to eat together. And so, I got to have dinner with Mike Matei one night. I'm not going to get into some of the more controversial things he's said and done over the years. He was perfectly nice when I met him. But I was not a fan of the AVGN movie. I know this is coming from a bias, but I do think that the Adventures in Game Chasing is a more fun movie than AVGN was. I just think James overreached a little bit considering the budget that he had to work with. I think he needed to pare it down. I don't think that he needed to have a new sidekick, 2 new sidekicks introduced with him into the film. Yeah, I know Mike Matei didn't want to be involved, but I feel like if there was going to be anyone that was going to be his sidekick in the movie, it needed to be Mike or one of the other regulars on the show, instead of having to introduce 2 new characters because you didn't care about those characters. You only cared about the nerd. And that's part of what ruined it for me. Thoughts on the Quantum TV situation? Well, like I've said several times tonight, F around and find out. I knew he was a weirdo. Now I know he's a jerk too. Yeah, exactly, Farb. That would have been a better way to go with it. Have Mike and the guitar guy be his sidekicks instead of introducing 2 new characters. Because it just didn't really feel like the nerd with him, hanging out with these 2 new characters. Are you hyped for the Wolverine game? Not until I see some gameplay. I gotta see gameplay first before I allow myself to get excited. Never saw the AVGN movie. I didn't want to be disappointed. You would have been. Was the Sega Neptune the prototype of the Dreamcast? No, the Sega Neptune was a prototype that was... it was basically a Sega Genesis with the 32X chipset built into it. So instead of having to buy a Genesis and then a 32X, you could have bought a Neptune that have both in one purchase. But the 32X bombed, and so the Neptune never came out. The code name for the Dreamcast was the Katana. It was called the Katana. Mike Matei is 100% into streaming games and then posting them to his YouTube because he had a following since James. Yeah. Is there a superhero game that you think is heavily slept on? I think the Deadpool game is a lot better than most people give it credit for. Everyone treated it like it was this mid, 6 out of 10 game. I thought it was better than that. I had a lot of fun with it. So did 8th. So did Jay from the Game Chasers, for that matter. He really liked that game too. Marvel Ultimate Alliance 1 or 2? 2. Did you pick up the Spider-Man, the PS5 Spider-Man 2 comic book No, I didn't. Oh, excuse me. If you had to be critical of the Game Chasers movie, what were some of the movie's shortcomings? Oh, that's a dangerous question. Yes, on occasion, 8th uses DoorDash. I do not, but 8th occasionally uses it. Shortcomings of the Game Chaser movie. There were some things that had to be trimmed down because he ran into budgeting problems. So I guess that would be one thing, is that, there were a few things they wanted to do that could have made it just a little bit better, and they didn't get to do them. Like, for one thing, they wanted to get some famous cameos in there. They tried to get Danny Trejo in it, but his cameo fee was just way too high. They couldn't afford him. You know what, though? You know who I think would have done a cameo if they thought to ask him? Macaulay Culkin. I think he would have done a cameo in that movie just for the fun of doing it. I really do. I don't think he would have charged them much of anything. Because look at all the web shows that Macaulay Culkin has shown up on over the years. I think that would have been a fun one. Oh well. I haven't seen the Game Chaser movie. What is it even about? It's about Jay and Billy. It's almost like an origin story of how they became the Game Chasers in a way. It's fictionalized, and Jay and Billy were friends when they were little kids, and Billy's grandfather buys him a Nintendo for Christmas. And Billy and Jay's friendship really meshed over that Nintendo. And it was the basis for them continuing to be friends on into adulthood. Billy's grandfather dies, and at a low point in their life, he starts getting nostalgic for that system because it reminds him of his grandfather. And so they decide to go on a road trip to find what happened to that Nintendo that his grandfather gave him, because they go back to their house, they can't find it up in the attic, they don't know where it went, so they go on a road trip to try to find it. Meanwhile, it turns out that his grandfather was only able to afford that NES because he bought it used from a woman who had bought it for her son, but her son had misbehaved, and so she sold it as punishment. If I'm trying to be very loose with the plot. And so that guy has also grown up, and he stumbles upon them at the beginning of this quest. And so he is also trying to work against them to beat them to that Nintendo that should have been his. And so it's kind of this fanboys / Dumb and Dumber / Pee-wee's Big Adventure hybrid type of thing. It's fun. It's a fun movie. And I'm in it for about 3 seconds. Are you going to check out Jason David Frank's final film? No. I never cared about Power Rangers, man. I was already a senior in high school when Power Rangers came out, so I didn't get into it like a lot of you did. Did I enjoy the Nostalgia Critic? Yeah, I used to watch the Nostalgia Critic. I liked it better when it was just him reviewing movies and he didn't do skits. I don't really care for the skits. I got to give props to OK Chief. He pulled off a very good performance. Yeah, and he was a last-minute pick. The original guy that they wanted for that role bailed on them at the last minute, like a couple of weeks before shooting. And so Chief basically had to go in and kind of rewrite his character on the fly to fit him. So a lot of respect for Chief. He was put in a very hard situation and he rose to the task. What's your critique of PS5 in 2023? hasn't been enough first party stuff released for it this year. And Sony needs to do a better job of being forthcoming about what they're working on and what's going to be coming out. Now I realize that they're also trying to avoid situations like Redfall. They don't want to make promises that they don't end up being able to keep. So I get that. But I think they could at least, be a little bit more forthcoming on what the other studios are working on, like Sucker Punch and what have you. Is Steven Spielberg an underrated director? No. In fact, in recent years, I feel, if anything, he's become overrated, because I didn't care for The Fabelmans at all. He hasn't put out a movie that I've really, really liked in a long time. Ready Player One was fun, but it was also Member Berries the movie, so he didn't really exactly have to work too hard on that one. There's not anything in Ready Player One that screams, this is a Spielberg movie. What's your opinion of Jim Ryan? He's an executive. He's not a gamer. At least Phil Spencer is an actual gamer and understands when fans get pissed off, why they're pissed off. Jim Ryan is not a gamer. And so he doesn't have the attachment to his audience, to his consumer base, that Spencer does. Would you agree that most game developers are holding back on current gen games optimization potential because they are trying to cater to the last... I could see that being true of some studios. I don't think it's all that true fully with PlayStation. I mean, it was certainly true with God of War, but it wasn't the fact that they were holding it back. It's that it originally started development as a PS4 sequel, and then they had to upscale everything to PS5 halfway through its development. But take a look at Ratchet and Clank: A Rift in Time. That game when it came out, you could play it at 60 frames per second. Now you can play it at 120 frames per second, and you can play it in 4K at 60. I mean, I don't know what kind of magic Insomniac has with their engines, but good Lord, does it make the most of the optimization of what the PS5 can do? It's amazing what they're able to draw from that hardware. And, Sony has gotten so enamored with the Decima engine or whatever that Guerrilla uses. I think they should be using whatever. I think they should have all their studios using whatever Insomniac has cooked up, because damn, that is an amazing engine. I don't know who the most overlooked director would be. Half the time I don't pay attention to who directed it. Rift Apart is great. I love that. I loved that game. I think it was a little bit lacking compared to what was available in A Crack in Time. A Crack in Time had more post-game stuff to do. And I feel like the campaign to A Crack in Time was a little bit longer too, but I could be misremembering that. Blue Point has a great engine too. I don't know how good their engine would be on an original work though, because all of their tech is tied to taking a game's original code and then overlapping stuff on top of that code. So I don't know how well it would work with like a completely original title if they tried to do that. Have you played Baldur's Gate or the other D&D RPGs? I played them on PC back in the day. Uh, I don't really like playing that style of RPG on a console. It's kind of a pain in the ass to play it with a controller. That being said, I did love the Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance 1 and 2. Now this Dark Alliance that came out a couple of summers ago, oh, that was horseshit. That game was terrible. You wouldn't know it to listen to Xbox fanboys, though, because it was free day one on Game Pass, so of course it was the bestest thing ever. Oh, my knee's starting to hurt. We got 7 minutes left, folks. 7 minutes left. You got any questions left? Get them in now. Did you like the movie Hereditary? Yes, I liked Hereditary. Midsummer can suck on these nuts. Hereditary was good. Midsummer was garbage. Do you have a favorite Diablo clone? Probably Champions of Norath. I really loved Champions of Norath. I adored that game. I have never played its sequel, though. I've never played its sequel. I owned it at one point, but for whatever reason, I never got around to playing it. Check out Midnight Suns when it goes on sale. I believe I already have it. I bought it for 8th for Christmas, if I'm not mistaken. Least favorite Ratchet and Clank game? All for One, or whatever that multiplayer one was called. I wasn't a fan of Ratchet Deadlocked. I wasn't a fan of All for One or One for All or whatever. I wasn't a fan of the one that was a tower defense game whose name I can't remember. And I wasn't a fan of Into the Nexus because it was locked at 30 frames per second and it was the shortest one of the series. You could platinum Into the Nexus like that. It felt like a DLC expansion to A Crack in Time that they extended so that they could get a physical release on it. It didn't sell for $59.95. It sold at a reduced price, but you know, it felt like a DLC that they were trying to turn into a retail release. Haven't played Ragnarok yet. I mentioned that earlier in the show. Honor Among Thieves. I saw it for the first time a couple of nights ago. I really liked it. It feels like the people that created it were really fans of the Guardians of the Galaxy series, because that's certainly what it was trying to ape. I loved that the characters from the 80s Dungeons & Dragons cartoon made a cameo appearance in the climax of the film. I got such a big kick out of that. That's been one of my favorite Easter eggs in a long time. Thoughts on the Saboteur? Didn't get the credit that it deserved, but at the same time, not really my style of game. I own it. Would you rather see a new Shinobi game or a new Ninja Gaiden game? I would like to see a new 2D Ninja Gaiden, done by the original team that did the 8-bit games. I haven't liked Ninja Gaiden since it went 3D. I prefer the 2D games. Didn't particularly care for Shinobi in 3D either. Favorite Tales of game? I don't know. Not sure on that one. There's been a lot of them that I liked. Did you like Clerks 3? No. Too much melodrama. You know, they spend the whole movie making you convinced that Randall was going to die, and then they subvert your expectations. And I'm like, what? What was the point of that? What was the point of that? And you know, they had him split up from Rosaria Dawson. Why were they split up? What was the point of that? Other than she wasn't available to do, like, a full character like she did in Clerks 2. What was the point of that? Just made it seem like the whole movie was stealthily about shitting on Dante. So, no, I wasn't a fan of it. I think Kevin Smith should just retire. Whatever he had, he's lost it. He doesn't have it anymore. Saints Row is pretty much dead, yes. No, I still don't like the PS5 design. Who is your favorite Hollywood Chris? I don't think I have one. Kind of a weird question. Have you ever seen Monster House? Yeah, 8th likes it more than I do. Never was a fan of the Destroy All Humans games. I think they're funny, but I don't think they're, particularly all that fun to play. Now, Shady J, he loves them. He loves the Destroy All Humans series. What's your favorite James Bond game? Don't have one. Never really got into the James Bond games. I didn't even like GoldenEye because you only had one stick. Is Uncharted 4 your least favorite Uncharted game? Yes. To some extent, I even like the Vita game better than some aspects of Uncharted 4. Uncharted 4 just left a really bad taste in my mouth. Yes, I've seen Tusk years and years ago. It was fun. I liked it. But then, whatever goodwill he earned from me in Tusk quickly faded away the first time I watched Yoga Hosers. Oh, good God. Favorite Kevin Smith movies? Mallrats and the original Clerks. Those are my two favorite. Top three would be Clerks, Mallrats, and Clerks 2. I do have a soft spot for Dogma, but you can't find Dogma anywhere. It's tied up in rights issues, so yeah. Uncharted 4 has good gameplay, but the story sucks. And for me, with Uncharted, story is very important. And the music sucks too, because they didn't bring back the guy who did 1 through 3, and they just butchered his score and made it all dark and brooding. Because everything's got to be edgy with Druckmann. He has no concept of, fun action adventure. Everything's got to have melodrama and darkness to it, and, fuck him. I'm going to the beach next Saturday. Well, have fun at the beach. Chasing Amy's okay. I don't hate it. I don't love it. And with that being said, it is 10 o'clock. I have hit my limit. So I'm going to be saying goodnight. I hope you all had fun. Aside from my own melodrama that I randomly injected into this stream. And, I can't guarantee that I'll be here same 7th channel this time because of 8th schedule. But I will certainly try to get back to you and stream again as soon as possible. Would I box Neil for $10,000? It wouldn't be a very long fight. I might be old and a fat ass, but I'm fairly confident I could drop him like a hot rock. Anyway, I'm getting out of here.